Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Here. Councilmember Laloe. Here. Councilmember Talamantes. Here. Councilmember Valenzuela. Here. Councilmember Maple. Here. Vice Mayor Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vang will be here momentarily, and Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Vice Mayor Guerra, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance? Those of you who can stand, please do.
Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, the Valley and Plains Miwok, the Patwin Wintun people, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather together today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contribution, and lives. Thank you, everyone. Join me to the flag, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening to everyone, colleagues, members of the city staff, most importantly, the members of the public that are here in the chambers, but those of you watching either online or on Channel 14. We have a busy agenda tonight, and let us begin with a couple of significant and important special presentations. First of all, recognizing the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. I know I wasn't born yet, but presented by Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And for this, I'm actually going to call up the esteemed Michael Benjamin, the second District Director of District 5. If you want to come to the podium.
So, thank you.
Well, give a round of applause. I would be remiss if I didn't say just a couple words and say that we're very blessed to have Michael Benjamin working in our office. But Michael is a long-standing member, him and his family, of the Oak Park community, and has been involved in the hip hop movement as well. So I wanted to give you the floor.
Thank you, Councilmember Maple and everybody. So this year, hip hop turned 50. Hip hop is a culture that's unique to the United States. Started in the Bronx, Cedric and Cedar Ave. You had a gentleman by the name of Kool Herc, which Herc stands for Hercules, right? He's a big kid from the West Indies, and he started by DJing. He DJ'd his sister's birthday party. I believe it was August 12th, 1973. This is especially great. It's 50 years. This is I'm 50 this year, so. Hip-hop is my gift, right? That's my gift. That's my birth gift. I'll tell you all a story. I'm born and raised in Oak Park. My father owned a small theater at 3116 Stockton Boulevard, which is now Chan's Chinese restaurant. That's right. 60-seat theater. Across the street from that theater, there was a barbershop called Brown's Masters Barbershop, owned by a gentleman named Early Brown. Early Brown had two sons who were rappers. Right? Not only rappers, they were, like my older brothers, okay? And this had to be 1983. Hip-hop has a huge history here in Sacramento. I don't know if you all know that, right? And so we want to acknowledge that. It's the only culture that has its own music, clothing, dance, right? Hip-hop has elements and hip-hop has priorities, right? Principles, excuse me. So the elements are breakdancing, DJing, MCing, and art. And right now, right, I'm going to tell you what hip-hop birthed. Hip-hop birthed murals, okay? We call them murals now, right? But back in the day, people would do art. So anyway, today what I'd like to do is I'd like to bring up a couple of members, these pioneers, right, to have them recognized. So first I'm going to call up Mr. Marichelle Brown. And this is Mr. Early Brown's son, the gentleman I told you about. Right. And so this group, Royal Mixers and Rapping Crew, right, They had a single, came out in 1983. So if hip hop was in 73, we had history that started in the early 80s.
Hey, thank you. I'd like to thank everybody here. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Katie. In 1978, we had a band. My dad had the barbershop, and we had a band that was doing R&B. And my brother-in-law brought a tape from New York, and we were hearing groups from like Funky 4+1, the Cold Crush Brothers. And this is before hip-hop had even made it to record. And we dropped all the instruments because it was an amazing state of music. We didn't understand the cadence that was going along with it. So me and a couple of my friends and my brother, Alan Spinner, Johnny Watts, and Rodney Brown, my brother, we got a group together and we started performing anywhere that we could. And thank you to my mother and dad who started the production company and the record label, so we were able to release our first single in 1983. From that, we built other groups that came from there. We had Brother Lynch Hung, we had Homicide, we had, I know some crazy names, right? We had Teresa, we worked with Jay King. It was several other record producers and groups that came out of that. And because of that, we had, Sacramento was able to build on top of that. Not only that, though, we would perform anywhere that we would get a chance. K Park in McClellan Park, we would go and perform for all of the people there. We were performing at the theater, the little theater that the Benjamins owned. We would perform in the garage. We would perform at all of the high schools. And, it's just a great feeling to be a part of this 50 years of hip hop and to be one of the first in Sacramento to release a record. So thank you.
And so, Mayor, your state of the city address was great. You talked about the first one. You talked about opening up more venues, right, for live music and things like that. And what happens is generally in the record sales, your first 600,000 sales are going to be local. One of the problems we had, though, growing up in hip hop was that we didn't have any spaces to really book people. So I'm hoping that, going forward, we can start to have that conversation about opening up more performance venues for our young local artists. All right, next we're going to bring up someone from my generation, right? Brother's Bad. He's an MC, because we don't call them rappers in hip hop, we call them MCs. My brother Chuck Taylor.
How are you doing? My name is Chuck Taylor. I'm a rapper from Sacramento. Also remember Royal Mixes and Rapping Crew. When I was just 13 years old, we were collecting records wherever we could. We would go to Tower Records. There were very few places we could collect records. Old Valley High, there was a small Tower Records shoved off over there, and the very first record my mom got me on my 14th birthday was Blinded Me with Science, Thomas Dolby. And we take any record that wasn't a hip-hop record, and it was a record we danced to, put the cardboard down in the driveway, and get to spinning on our back, and everything, and then it moved on, obviously, to the cereal commercials. But I'm, from that era where my group, we started in like 85, 86, Hiram Johnson, and we moved from high school directly into the music industry. First record deal from Ice Cube, which was in a group called NWA. We were on Priority Records with NWA and Eazy-E and all those people. And one of my first managers was Suge Knight. So, I was familiar with Tupac, and I've been down with Digital Underground ever since the 90s, which we just, recently, we took hip-hop into another era by creating a beer label. And the beer label actually won #1 on USA Today, and we featured on Good Day Sacramento as well. It's taken some time to get here. I am a Hall of Fame Sammys winner. When we came back to Sacramento from going to LA when I was, 18, came back to Sacramento early 90s. And we built hip hop here with no support necessarily from the venues. We'd open up shows with rock groups like the Deftones, which you may know about. We opened up shows with, Brother Lynch's first name was Ice Cold. The original Ice Cold. So, we had different names back in the day. My name used to be Jazzy. I mean, we used to dance, and we ended up going into the industry and come back to Sacramento to find out we couldn't get on the radio. We couldn't do a lot of things in the community that we wanted to do, so we made our own way. And it's feeling beautiful now that some of the things that we want to do are now starting to come and stand for hip-hop. Hip-hop has been standing for culture for many years, and now we'd like to see, all these different resolutions that are coming through. They did it for Digital Underground in Oakland. They wrote a resolution to bring it to the floor for the same thing. So we want to see Sacramento as the leader of the California state. We want to be leading in hip-hop in California. We have a legacy here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick before we close out, and talking about kind of finding places to place hip-hop in Sacramento, I got to give a shout-out to Douglas Antoine and Andre Henley from Conscious Vibes. They're responsible for bringing 90% of the hip-hop acts that you'd want to see when we were early on, when hip-hop was early on video shows, they would bring them here. And so I just want to give a shout-out to those two gentlemen. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for being here. We're going to come up and do a photo up front here, but just quickly before that, I want to say that this is important not just to honor the history, but to say this is our history in Sacramento, right? Like, some people like to talk about all these other cities, and there are great cities with that have born some amazing artists, but we've got some amazing talent here in Sacramento, and so I'm really grateful also for the mayor's proposal and the state of the city. We have to be investing in our artists. We need more music venues for our young people also to perform at, so that we can get the next generation and the next generation, and who knows, Sacramento could be on the map for this very soon. So grateful for you all to be here, and let's come on up for a photo.
Can I just ask real quick? Thank you for bringing this forward. But I got to ask, which is that I assume the answer to this is what I think it will be, which is that there aren't enough places for young hip-hop artists to play in Sacramento, right? Right. You need more venues? Yes. More pop-ups? Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
We'll come around. We'll come this way.
We need a time machine to bring me back to 18 years old, and you're doing this now.
We're in the bowl.
I was that record when I was a little kid, man. I couldn't even go out on my own. I was 13, 14, man. Y'all brought it in, man. Inspirational. Love what you got.
There's the record.
He's in there. I was like, do we need to...
Make sure I'm not in your way. Holy short people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Great job, brother. You killed it. So proud of you. Thank you.
All right, here, I'll get another photo of all y'all on the bottom if you want. But let's
They don't know the footprint that we done put in the city.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hey, what a great start to the council meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Maple. It's terrific. Oh, it was great. Are you kidding? Celebrating our city here. And now we have another celebration, and that is Councilmember Talamantes recognizing the Thomas Tian.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm honored to present this resolution with Councilmember Kaplan, so I'm just going to read it off. The City of Sacramento recognizes Natomas Tian for celebrating women and culture in our communities. We honor you for empowering women and bringing tradition to life. The purpose of Natomas Tian Festival is to honor and celebrate women. It's a cultural event that showcases the vibrant traditions and beauty of Punjabi culture. And I've had the honor of attending for the last 6 years, minus a pandemic. And it is just full of fun, joy, love, pride, community, beautiful colors, dancing, music, food, and so much more. It helps represent the diversity and the beauty of Natomas. And so it's an honor to have you all here with us in the council chambers, recognizing you for the many, many years of putting this on. And I can't wait to share the little gifts that you got for all the council members up here. And I'm honored to have you in our community. And I look forward to many, many more of these.
Please, would someone like to come up?
Okay. If you've never been to a Natomas Tian, it doesn't matter whether you understand the language, the dance, and the art, and the culture, and the support of women, and the storytelling that they tell through dance. It is amazing the hard work that you put in. Dr. Goody, Manjeet, Charanjit, Raj, Manjeet, Sundeep. Thank you for all of your hard work and showing the next generation that it is about supporting women and girls and expressing your culture through art and dance, which goes right in what you were talking about, Mayor, of how can we express more art and dance in our communities, of which I've been going to probably 10 years. So I look forward to attending many more, and maybe you can get me to dance the Bhangra again.
So, Dr. Goody, if you'd like to come up and say a few words, and you guys can all come up.
Please.
Well, good evening, City of Sacramento, all the councilmen and Honorable Mayor. My name is Goody Takar, and we moved to Sacramento 7 years ago from Southern California. My husband and myself, we retired from Kaiser after 27 years. Sacramento brought us here because of what was waiting here for us. And that is the wonderful, wonderful gift that we have from all these ladies now. Sacramento, Natomas Tian, okay. Every city, a lot of cities, they celebrate their own little events of Tian celebrations, and this is normally happened during the summer months because traditionally in India it happens during the monsoon season. Okay, during the monsoon season, traditionally, especially in villages, where the newly married ladies, young girls, when they're married, they want to come back to see their old friends and have time with their families and parents. They get together under those large, big, old trees, 150-some years old trees. They put their swings, and then they get together there. That's how this whole thing started, where they share their life, married life, what they missed when they were here as young girls, and the new phase of life, all the ups and downs of it. That's what then they share, then they make songs out of it, and the body language, and they create dances, so that the music, the language, the dance, it all is a storytelling, basically, of the life of the next phase of these young girls that they have come back home for the first time to see their families. So Natomas is continuing with this tradition for the last 13 years now, since 2010. These are the pioneers of Natomas Tingha. They're standing here with me. They started this festivity here in Natomas. To start a festivity, to put together the resources, especially, is not easy, because everybody here in this country, we are all busy. Nobody has access money to afford or give away, but they work very hard. They go door to door, shop to shop, house to house. They really manage to gather some funds that they can put together a secure and safe and fun place for the community where they can all come and enjoy. It's only for women and young children, or ladies, I mean. No boys, no men are allowed. There is a reason for that, and that is this is a place for their expression. All the emotions, they come into this pot, okay? So they enjoy it. It's their time, one time in life, right? Or a year or something, okay? Once a year, right? So the tradition is they've been carrying this tradition for the last 13 years, and the ladies, they dance, they put together different teams come in. This year we had 254 participants, age groups anywhere from 4 or 5 years old girls. They have a group of one team of 5, 10 young girls. They'll dress up. Then age-wise, they go all the way up to senior ladies also. Then they have their own dance competitions also, and then and that's what the fun part is. Then somebody wins first prize, second prize, or they all get some recognition for their participation in the event. So this event, it's the purpose of the event is not only just to bring in culture, just to celebrate culture from my country or from my place. The purpose of the event, I think, is, in my opinion, is to bring the culture here to the landscape where we are now and present it to the people of the community, and they get to enjoy it. Then it becomes one melting pot. Everybody dances, but no matter what culture, what country they are from, everybody enjoys the music, the rhythm that connects to the heart of every single individual. It's not just restricted to one person's heart, or one culture's heart, I guess. So Natomas Tingha is doing a wonderful job. And we had our city people came there, city council women came, and they danced with us. And that was such a wonderful occasion, and we really, really appreciate that. So the support that City Hall has given us, in putting together the hall, because we had a problem because we started at this 4 Points Hotel, but I think that those things, they move on to with some other business and ventures and stuff like that. So finally, we were able to get the City Hall where we could have a group of ladies and we could do our Tingha festival. And thanks community center where we were able to perform. And we really, really thank you for that. It was a good gesture on your part. That's all we do at Tingha Festival, and I would request Mayor Steinberg maybe come next year. Just come in for a minute and enjoy the festival.
Even men's are not allowed.
Even though they are not allowed, but just for...
I invited?
Yes.
You can come with your wife.
Yeah, come there for a few.
Honored.
Yes. No, that would be very, very nice. So we really appreciate it, and thank you very much for giving us time today, and also being open-minded to our culture and our women's, our girls' expression of their emotions and feelings when they express that during the Tingha event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we take a picture? Oh, Sean, Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say, even though, we're not invited to attend. But I truly want to thank you for keeping the culture going for the new generation and the generation after that. Because the one thing that's so crucial to us immigrants, being one, is to make sure that we can maintain our cultural integrity. So I applaud you and I thank you so much for your hard work and commitment to that.
And now we invite you to the front. And if I can have actually all my council colleagues, everyone come down because they have beautiful scarves for you.
Oh.
So come on down so you get to group photo.
You guys could come in through right here.
Oh, that's lovely. Feeling
Good better, boss. How you doing? Great.
Now we move to the consent calendar.
So I'd like to remind members of the audience this meeting is being video streamed and can be viewed live or later on the city's website. Members of the public who wish to address the council should complete a speaker slip, which can be found in the back of the room. Speaker slips need to be turned into the clerk prior to the beginning of each item. If you would like to speak on an agenda item when the item begins, if you're in chambers, fill out the speaker slip. If you are in Zoom, raise your hand. So if you're in Zoom, we're on the consent calendar. After the first speaker, we will no longer accept speaker slips, and the raise hand feature in Zoom will be disabled. You have 2 minutes to address the council. So that everyone has the opportunity to address the council, members of the public are asked to observe the rules of decorum. Council rules of procedure outline decorum expected in chambers can be found on our website. A copy is in the back of the room and is summarized on the back of the speaker slip. For instance, use of swear words, yelling from the audience, physically threatening conduct, and displays of disrespect are discouraged. The presiding officer will request that a person cease disruptive conduct, and if not immediately stopped, the presiding officer will direct the person to leave the council meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We move to the consent calendar. Are there members who would like any item on the consent calendar either discussed separately or voted upon separately. I got Councilmember Maple.
I'd like to please make a comment on item 9.
Item 9. Thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Comment on item 8.
Comment on item 8. Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan.
Comment on item 2.
Item 2. And Councilmember Laloe.
Comment and request on item number 10 and 11.
I'm sorry, one item per member. Just kidding. Just
comment
kidding.
and request on item number 21. Adam.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's go in order. Begin with number 2, Councilmember Kaplan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, just a couple questions if you kind of quickly come up. This is to suspend competitive bidding and issue a request for proposals for this city youth shelter program. I know we've been doing a lot, so can you just say why we need to suspend suspend the bidding?
Yeah, absolutely. So these are all programs that have been funded for right around 4 years right now. So just generally, it's good to test the market within a range of usually 3 to 5 years. So we're coming up on that point that we'll be releasing RFPs. So it's not necessarily that it's a result specifically of any dissatisfaction of any of the providers. We're just trying to make sure that we're being as fair and equitable as we can to all the providers in the community.
Just because I want to make sure we currently have youth providers, that there is not a disruption in services that are given to youth. Can you confirm, make sure that is the case, that there will be no drop in services?
Yeah, certainly, the dropping in services is never something that is a positive route to go unless there's dissatisfaction with the contract. And currently, all of our contracts for the youth shelters are within compliance.
Okay, so there is no one specific organization that this is going towards. It's just allowing for you to suspend. And are you requesting new proposals from anybody, or are you just going to pick random providers?
So we will be putting something out on Planet Bids. It'll be open for a minimum of 2 weeks, available to the entirety of the community. And then after that time, we'll have a panel of people that are city staff, as well as some outside folks as well, which is kind of our standard process as far as the rating and ranking of the RFPs. And one of the things we're also doing is we're notifying all of the currently funded programs of that RFP when it does come out, so that they have an awareness and can prepare.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Member Kaplan. Let me move now to Councilmember Valenzuela on item 8.
Thank you. And I wanted to take this moment to thank the mayor and the city team for a response to a grand jury report that was pretty well publicized on the state of homelessness in our region. And I just want to thank everybody who worked on that report with the mayor. I'm sure the city attorney's office had a hand in it, the city manager's office. But I think it's only a 12-page report. It starts on page 21 of the PDF. I hope you look at it. It's really probably the most concise and yet thorough documentation of what we're doing right now. And what I think is most important, and what I really appreciate about the tone of this response, is it's really emphasizing how desperately the city of Sacramento wants to work with our jurisdictional partners, just how desperately we want partnership, how we're supporting JPA bills, how we want partnership, because we recognize that we can't do it alone. $40 million a year is not a small expenditure for us, and we're doing that because we're trying to show good faith in our efforts, but we really need that partnership and support, and we really want that. And so I just want to thank you, Mayor, for putting together something that I think is really concise and clear, and really very much in alignment with what I think is our ethos as a city when it comes to homeless services, which is really wanting that partnership to work so that we can make real outcomes happen. So
I appreciate you calling that out, Councilmember Valenzuela. The grand jury report was not largely about the city. It was about our other jurisdictional partners. And yet, we did not take an aggressive stance in terms of our response. But it does beg the questions that we raise all the time, and you prompt me now just to say it again, which is that the city is all in. We're all in. The city manager has now the authority to set up safe ground. We are increasing our compliance, or whatever term you want to use, in significant ways. We are going to go well beyond our 1,100 beds. We do not do services, mental health or substance abuse services, period. And for the people that are out there obviously suffering, and that the public, that the people of Sacramento see who are suffering and who are causing, even unintentionally, a negative impact on our neighborhoods and on our business corridors and on our cities, we can't do that. And I'm for enforcement. I voted for it every time. Call it compliance or enforcement. We must always answer the question, enforcement towards what? Because if enforcement is appropriate, because we need sidewalks to be clear and safe, but unless we have that full partnership and more services, more full service partnerships, more wraparound services applied to the people living in encampments on our streets, the result is going to be limited. And that's what the grand jury points out again and again and again. So we're going to keep at it, and we're going to approach it in a spirit of collaboration with the county. And there are good people over there that are doing good work. Systems-wise, we need the services. And our city manager knows it, because, and he's got a point, which is, when we talk about this, well, we got a job to do at the city, and we have these city ordinances, which I know others may call into question, but they're implementing them. And I'm saying, but we're also signatories to a partnership agreement that requires a multi-jurisdictional response, especially on the service side. That's what the grand jury report calls out. And we just need to take that foundation of partnership with the county and with steps forward with our COC. Thank you for being here, Lisa. And we need to elevate it, and we need everybody. I'm tired of being the only one who asks about full-service partnerships in the city. I know that's a term of art. Well, what is it? It's the wraparound service model. I'm tired of being the only one asking about it. Others need to do it. Friends in the business community are so up in arms and planning God knows what need to be asking that same question if you want real change and real relief. Thank you. And wasn't planning that, but thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela. Yeah, no, thank you. You got me till you got me here. Okay, Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 9.
And I think we were all reminded why you are our mayor. Never met a person who can do an impromptu speech from the heart. Quite like you. So that was really good. Thank you. Thank you. So on item number 9, so this is funding for the coordinated access system. I support the coordinated access system. I think it's a really important component of our response. Back to our regional response, this is touching off against that. This is one piece of the pie. So this is where, all of the hopefully soon, all of the beds that exist and programs that exist throughout the region will be inputted into, and people will be able to see in real time and be able to get people into the things that they need. I do want to provide some direction, if I may. I would like to request a weekly report from Sacramento Steps Forward on every bed available in the coordinated access system and the status of capacity. So I think this is really important. It's been noted by Sacramento Steps Forward and others that it's behind. We're still waiting on all those beds to be entered. Some of those are county beds, some of those are other programs. Meanwhile, I know that some of my colleagues here, including Councilmember Talamantes, had questions around that as well of what's the timing and why is this taking so long. So as we re-up our funding, I think we should ask for some accountability too on that. So thank you.
Might I add that, Mayor, you mind? So we're planning on starting our weekly updates now that the injunction's lifted to give a status update on all things homelessness. We can include that as part of our weekly update through my office, and we'll incorporate the responses from SSF into that update.
Fabulous.
Yep.
Thank you.
Remember, Lalo, you had 2 items, of course, 10 and 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I can probably combine 10 and 11, Nick, if you're available. Thank you so much. Item number 10, as far as the Safe Choice Security Agreement. So I'm definitely in favor of this. However, we have sites that are also have become safe parking. One of them in my district, Camp Resolution. Is there any way that we could utilize the same company to just do a 3 or 4 times a week, just a drive-by and report back to you of the status of what's happening on the outside of that facility?
That's absolutely something that I could follow up on with Safe Choice and see if that's something that there's an ability to be done within the existing contract, and I could follow up with you on
That
it.
would be great. We're talking about maybe 3 hours a week, if that. If that can be done, that would be wonderful. And also, item number 11. So as you know, 2 of these sites are in my district. Again, I'm a yes on this with a request that within the next 7 days, if yourself or someone from your team can just meet with the businesses surrounding these 2 facilities, especially the ones that are connected to this facility, The Green Motel on Del Paso Boulevard is literally connected to 2 restaurants. And I was kind of hoping if you yourself or one of your staff can go and simply see how they're doing. And if there's any complaints that they might have that you can address with the owners of the property or some of the residents on that property. And if you can get that done within next week and let me know how that goes, I would greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'll do that personally.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
I'll move approval, Mr. Mayor.
Moved approval. Second, we now have the public testimony on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 5 speakers.
Okay.
The first is Charles Faust on items 8 and 10. And then I have 4 speakers online. And for the speakers online, if you'll let us know which agenda item, that's 1 through 12, that you're speaking on, we'd appreciate it.
Hello. I want to know how seriously you guys took the recommendation to look to Riverside City and San Antonio City when you were reviewing some of your homeless stuff. It was one of the recommendations in the grand jury to look to how San Antonio does their coordination and how Riverside does their coordination. I know the counties looked at Riverside because they're hiring people from Riverside to run some of the shelters in the county. But did you guys actually go back and look at some of the stuff that the other cities do differently? They could kind of know about that. One of the other things I noticed in here that I thought was important is you guys actually recognize that affordable housing isn't the main problem, that it is a mental illness and addiction issue, which I know you're going to have a lot of pushback with the other cities and from the county, actually. I talked to a lot of the other city governments and city officials, and they're going to push back on you guys with that. So just be prepared for that in the future if you didn't already know that. Sorry. You guys disagreed with the mental health and substance abuse issues among the homeless are aggravated by poor government planning. That's obviously crap. It's definitely poor government planning. People are, going through programs and then not having anywhere to stay 30 days, 90 days later. So they go through a rehab and they're right back out on the street. And it's hard to stay sober when you're living on the street and the only thing that makes you happy is meth. So just some of this is poor government planning, the way that we keep people in shelters for 90 days and don't fully give them everything that they need. And I know that's not on you, some of that's the county, but some of that is we just don't have enough shelters right now. And there are spaces. Again, I'm going to ask you to call me, Mayor, because we have options for where we could put thousands of people, not 50 people at a time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is George Lands. And if you'll let us know which item you're speaking on.
Yeah. This is general comment or no?
This is a consent calendar.
Consent calendar. So I cannot speak about the restriction of free speech being done by the Jewish mayor?
That's correct.
Hang up on this guy.
Next speaker is PJ.
Always.
Yeah, so with regards to item 8, finding 3, the city's response was bullshit. The finding states, quote, a lack of affordable housing is the primary cause of homelessness and the most difficult one to solve due to the high cost of new development, end quote. I recently read a book by some Berkeley researchers who looked at the myriad of accusations surrounding homelessness and its causes. The book's titled Homelessness is a Housing Problem. The city's response references those accusations and states them as fact. They aren't. Your finding was, while housing affordability and availability certainly are substantial contributing factors to generating an environment where the crisis of homelessness thrives, there are a number of other environmental, structural, interpersonal, and behavioral factors which contribute significantly. But then you cite nothing. You make a bald-faced claim after having had a UCSF study cited by the grand jury. After this research referenced in the book mentioned, which states the same thing, the grand jury finding which states it is the primary cause, which you respond to with other factors which contribute significantly. And like I said, you cite nothing. The Berkeley research compared regions for continuum of care and their PIT counts with a myriad of factors, including poverty, unemployment, mental health, drug use, race, and just pure bad luck. Their finding, quote, none of these explanations explains regional variation in rates of homelessness. Homelessness is low where poverty and unemployment are greatest. Neither drug use nor mental health illness reliably explains regional variance. Race remains an individual risk factor for homelessness that fails to explain city-to-city variation. There is little doubt that job loss and poverty can increase the risk of homelessness for someone, but the data suggests here that they are not the root cause of a given city's homelessness crisis. They look at individual causes, landscape of the area, including politics, weather, and then the market for housing, supply and demand. Lack of housing is the issue at the end of the day. The sources of why housing is lacking are varied. Some are mostly greed centered, honestly, for people that are just trying to sell houses for more. And this response by the city is sorely lacking, and it's shitty that it isn't being discussed more thoroughly and transparently.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Freeze World Enterprises. Freeze World Enterprises, if you'll unmute.
Yes. Thank you. I want to speak on agenda number 2 and 8.
Please proceed.
Okay, so first and foremost, why are we shutting down the youth RFPs? I'm not understanding why we're not doing effective outreach and engagement. One of the things that I've noticed is that there's not a lot of shelters, period. But when you shut down RFP process for your staff members, who most of them are not lived experience, to come up with the finalization of which proposals move forward, it is absolutely going backwards. So this suspension of this process says a lot about the outreach or lack thereof, outreach and engagement that is done in Sacramento. Youth primarily. Youth need housing more than ever, and there's not enough out there. So there was supposed to be a report back from Howard Chan and Mario Lara concerning all of the available city properties a couple of weeks ago at the special homelessness meeting. And yet we have not heard word back from there. Yet we watch in our own neighborhoods hundreds of buildings empty that we pass by every day while you got homeless sleeping in front of your city hall. So this process that we are suspending and doing, Sacramento County should not be the only one under investigation. Mayor Steinberg, you are the homeless czar that Gavin Newsom elected. What's going on, brother? We have to do things differently. Utilize the people in the ground floor who come to the public comment every time to give you solutions, and you brush them away, said we want to do our way, and you guys are failing hand over foot.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert Matthews.
Yes, hello, Robert Matthews, District 2. Not District 2, District 2, Agenda 2. And I wanted to apologize for the last couple of weeks from the remarks that were coming in. They're major, uncalled for, and it's all right if the mayor sucks baby penis. He's a dirty tyke.
Cut him off.
Fuck you.
Next speaker is Jay.
Hi, I'm speaking on item number 8. I agree with what other people are saying about the housing affordability being the leading cause of homelessness. I think that is the leading cause of homelessness. I think people suffer with mental health and drug addiction regardless of their status of homelessness. And it's, the affordability of housing is really, what no one wants to live, what people want to be able to afford houses, right? Or rent houses. And I'm also wanting to comment kind of related to this, that I am excited and happy about the possibility for creating like sites for people, for encampments to be in the city on city lots, and working with encampments and developing strategies to, create ways that I know Howard Chan, it was an article, SACB article came out today. Sorry, I'm not very eloquent. I've had a long day, but the SACB article came out today with an interview with Howard Chan saying, he realizes that encampments or projects like Camp Resolution are more affordable. And I also think that they're more reasonable for the people who are going to live in those encampments to have more autonomy and to develop the type of space that they want to be in. So I just look forward to that process. I'm very glad that the sweep of W in Alhambra was changed today to more of a trash pickup. I think it's really hard for people to comply with the ordinances. People are basically being told that they can only keep what's inside their tent and they can't have anything outside their tent. I think that's really untenable for most folks. So the idea of moving people onto lots where they can be able to have more comfortable living, like have a barbecue or something, would be great. But I look forward to the future of that plan.
Thank you for your comments. William Pierce is the next speaker. William Pierce, if you'll unmute.
Yes, hello. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm going to speak about number 2, and I want to say fuck you, Steinberg, the Jewish kite.
Cut him off. Cut him off.
OMTV.com.
Cut him off, please.
Next speaker is Logan Green.
Hello?
Please proceed.
Hello? Hi, I'd like to speak about Agenda 8, please, about the homeless.
Please proceed.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can hear me. I own a business downtown, and it's gone so bad. Nobody wants to come into my store anymore because of how dangerous it's become on every street that's downtown. Any problem, anywhere that there's homeless encampments, there's people that are, it's very sad. They have nowhere to use the bathroom, so they're using it on the streets. It's unfair to them as well as us as business owners, as taxpayers. Nobody's doing anything because that faggot kike mayor is seeing baby penis all the time.
Cut him off.
Next speaker is Anders Breivik.
Yes, Andrew Bredick here. Hail the New World Order. Fuck you, you kite. What?
Mayor, I have no more speakers on
What do
the
you wanna
consent calendar.
Troll level. Oh my god. Malcolm. Trolls. Trolls.
Look,
Madam Clerk?
so the consent calendar has been moved and seconded.
All right, it's been moved and second. All those signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Measure passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next item.
So, Vice Mayor, we move on to item 13, which is an ordinance rescinding ordinance number 2022.
Hold on, one item here, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Lalo.
I like to recommend that we walk away from Zoom calls and have everyone in person. So it's something that we can discuss.
Yeah, Councilmember Laloe, I think we'll reserve that conversation for council comments. Okay. And also, I'm going to poll the council here if we could take a no more than 5-minute recess here. Are we okay on this? Yeah. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 6:05 p.m. Council's in recess.
Staff.
All right, thank you. After a brief recess, members, this is a really sacred place for democracy. It really is, and people with very strongly held opinions come here and participate even over Zoom to express their point of view. The challenge, of course, and the problem is that when somebody who hates and puts forward hate speech of any kind. I happen to be the Jewish American mayor. I'm proud of that, but it could be anybody who represents one of our beautiful diversity elements in Sacramento, who sits in this chair, hopefully will be over the course of time. When people say those kinds of things, they create an environment that is hateful for not me, but for the members of the public. And thus it does not become a safe place for the members of the public to be able to fully participate in these important public debates. And that is why we cut people off when they express any kind of hate. Any kind of hate. That's out of bounds. You're not welcome to participate. And that's the way it's going to be in this city council, as long as I'm here. Thank you. All right, let's move on now to the public's, the important public business, continued important public business, and that is the ordinance relating to the military use policy in the city of Sacramento. Chief Lester.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here to present this year's military equipment use report and policy. This report and policy are required to be presented and adopted by our governing body, which is our City Council. But more importantly, it does give our department an opportunity to share publicly the tools and the equipment we have in our inventory to use in a variety of circumstances. We've come before you since this law was adopted several times, the last time being in September, on September 13th of 2022. And at that meeting, the report and policy were passed, and there were a number of requests from this body that included things like expanded data sharing and collaboration with the Police Commission to conduct community outreach. I'm very proud to say that our team has worked very hard to not only meet the legal mandates as required by AB 481, but also to expand our efforts into providing more detail, more data, and engage our community even more. I'd like to give some thanks and some recognition here. I would like to thank Deputy Chief Norm Leong, Acting Captain Jeff Shirashi, Lieutenant Robbie Young, Lieutenant Josh Dobson, our Assistant City Manager, Mario Laura, our City Attorney, and the entire SPD policy team that worked on this project. SPD members and city staff have worked not just countless hours or days, but actually weeks and several months to bring this in front of you and to physically conduct audits throughout our department. This team identified ways that we can do an even better job in reporting, and their attention to detail and accuracy is commendable. Our full-time staff assigned to this project, as well as members of our command staff, participated in the community outreach and engagement sessions, and they were able to provide even more detail. I believe we engaged in some thoughtful discussion, incorporated feedback from our community members. I would also like to thank Graciela Castillo-Krings, who is the chair of the Police Commission, and her team for working so hard and volunteering their time to ensure open, honest dialogue and solicit community feedback on this item. And as I'm sure you all know, there's a lot of work that went into these meetings and this engagement behind the scenes to make these meetings happen in a meaningful way and to also make them very accessible to members of our public. So I'm just very proud of the joint collaboration and success. Deputy Chief Norm Leong will be presenting on this item in detail, but before he does, I just wanted to make sure that I talked about the collective efforts of the council, our SACPD team, the commission, and our community to bring this item in front of you tonight. And there are some highlights I would like to share. First of all, community input was solicited and implemented to include providing additional data in the report and making policy changes where we included OPSA and the Commission with their respective roles in our department policy. We had approximately 1,000 responses to our online survey, and those results, including comments, have been posted to our website for full transparency. To better organize the very large amount of data associated with this report, we further classified the equipment into 3 areas: replenishment, replacement, and new acquisition. The equipment costs approximately $360,000. It's approximately 0.08% of the allotted budget, and there are no financial requests of council. We also had no complaints of misconduct this past year related to any use of force associated with the use of this equipment. During the reporting period, we had approximately 250,000 contacts. Of those 250,000 contacts, we had 18 suspects that were involved in a use of force with this equipment. And then we also proactively reached out to our city auditor and requested that office's assistance in examining our audit procedures. We are not auditors, and this is a really big lift for our department. We want to make sure that we get it right. So today at Budget and Audit, the request was made to expand the work that the city auditor's office is doing with our property and evidence section, and that scope of work was accepted. We have also addressed each of the Police Commission's 2022 recommendations through policy or annual report modifications. The Commission recommendations from 2023 are actually attached to tonight's council item, and we'll be reviewing those recommendations moving forward. This year's report is about twice as long as last year's report. It's close to 200 pages due to the inclusion of additional information, and I expect next year's report to be just as large, if not more. Finally, I would like to thank the Council for the support of additional data and demographic reporting. We did request an analyst position, which was added by Council during this year's budget, and we are working to hire into that position for more detailed reporting for the subsequent reporting period. Before I turn the presentation over to Deputy Chief Leong, we know how important it is to provide the best equipment to the members of our department and the importance of having every tool available to resolve incidents as safely as possible for everyone involved. Our community, this council, and our city, I know, recognize the importance of the need to de-escalate critical incidents, reduce confrontations, and provide alternative options. These efforts were codified in President Obama's 21st century policing recommendations to use less than lethal technology and ensure officers have those tools to keep them safe. So thank you very much for your attention and your consideration of this very important item. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. I'm Deputy Chief Norm Leong. Today we're presenting the annual process for the department to request to rescind the prior year's ordinance and adopt a new ordinance which approves our military equipment use policy. Assembly Bill 481 was enacted in 2021, requiring law enforcement agencies to obtain approval from the applicable governing body by adoption of a military equipment use ordinance. The bill also requires the department to submit an annual report. The bill also defined what would be considered military equipment, which include items that can be bought by the general public and law enforcement. The new ordinance references the department's revised General Order 41006 military equipment use policy and has been included as attachments to the staff report. At the request of council last year, we worked with the City Sacramento Police Commission to facilitate 3 community meetings. The meetings were advertised via social media. The first meeting was held at the Pinell Community Center and was moderated by Commission Chair Graciela Castillo-Crins. The attendance number outside of city staff was approximately 16, with Mayor Pro Tem Vang also present. The second meeting was held at the Hagenwood Community Center and was moderated by Martine from Sac State's ISR program. The attendance was approximately 42 people outside of city staff. The third meeting was held at the Hart Center and was moderated again by Martine. The attendance was approximately 30-plus people outside of city staff. Opening remarks were made by the Police Commission Chair, Graciela Castillo-Crins, Commission Member Keon Bliss, and Council Member Valenzuela. Some of the feedback and responses during the meeting. There was a request to add police district maps to clarify the police districts mentioned in the annual report regarding the use of force. The summary sheet we provided for the meeting was thought by some to be the full report. That was clarified during the meeting that was just a summary of the entire report. We clarified at the meeting the content of the military equipment usage chart related to the use of force. There was a request to add OPSA and the Police Commission into the policy, which we have done. We have added OPSA and the Police Commission and the City Code governing their role within the annual report and policy. A community member noted an item that was in the annual report but not in the policy. We explained that since the reporting period, we have disposed of the item and thus it's no longer part of the policy. In addition to the meetings, we conducted an online survey, which was posted from July 25th and closed on August 25th. We advertised the survey on our webpage, through the city's website, social media, and through local media. There were 101 responses to the survey. We broke down the responses into positive, negative, and neutral towards the military equipment policy. That breakdown showed that 42% were positive, 41% were negative, and 17% were neutral. All public comment, as the chief mentioned, was posted on our department's website. I want to also mention that the recordings from the meetings were also posted on our transparency page. The ordinance approves the military equipment use policy. The policy includes our annual proposed procurements and audit findings. I'll start with presenting our proposed annual procurements. In the staff report, we have noted the possible annual fiscal impact for all procurements in the new military equipment use policy reporting period as $361,692. Due to the way the law is written, we must obtain pre-approval to purchase items that are new or any consumable products to restock. All the listed equipment for procurement are possible purchases we may make over the next year and would be done within our existing budget. We are not asking for any additional funding for this equipment. The first category of annual purchases are replenishment of existing inventory are listed on this slide above. I would like to note that the ammunition rounds indicated for purchase are based on a contract council approved in 2021. We currently have 3 years left on the contract. The in-stock inventory for the vendor varies. It will be the department's goal to replenish existing inventory as the vendor has the type of ammunition that we need to fulfill our supply. If purchased in all, it would last the department 3 to 5 years in total. The second category of annual purchases are replacement of existing and dated equipment. By that, we mean these items that we want to purchase would replace some other item that we currently have. Of note are 19 rifles that are approaching their lifespan that we wish to get rid of and destroy once we acquire 18 new rifles, and that would be for our SWAT team. We're also asking for 7 new items which would be added to our inventory. The items include chemical agents with OC, which supplement similar already items that we have with CS gas. These OC items are for indoor use with barricaded subjects. Also, we're asking for training ammunition and uncrewed aerial systems, 2 of which we're testing to replace existing model types. This year, we did not have any complaints, as the chief mentioned, of misconduct on the use of force involving military equipment. The cost of the military equipment is, again, approximately 0.08% of our overall police budget. I want to stress the importance of providing the necessary equipment to our personnel to give them the tools to resolve incidents as safely as possible for all involved parties based on best practices in policing, the expectation of de-escalation, and based on our policy and training. The equipment provides officers time and cover to attempt to de-escalate critical incidents, reduces officer and suspect confrontations, offers alternative options to lethal force, and as the chief mentioned, also meets President Obama's 21st century policing. This slide captures the use of equipment this reporting cycle. During this reporting period, the greatest use of equipment were the uncrewed aerial systems at 449 times, the armored vehicles at 237 times, and the long-range acoustic devices at 109 times. The total of these uses add up to 795, which allow for tactics that reduce officer to suspect confrontation by creating time and distance. The following is an example of the use of equipment. On February 13, 2023, officers responded to a call for service of a subject who was illegally in possession of a gun. The suspect was in a house and refused to come out, stating we would need to kill him. At one point, the suspect pointed his gun to his head. Officers got a search warrant and SWAT arrived.
So needed mental health help.
After over 7 hours of trying to de-escalate the situation,
No shouting out. Stop.
After over 7 hours of trying to de-escalate the situation, a chemical agent was introduced into a bedroom. The subject threw the gun outside, exited the house, and was safely taken in custody without further incident. During the military equipment reporting period, we had 248,983 contacts with 86 reportable uses of force. Of the 86 reportable uses of force, 18 suspects had uses of force involving military equipment. The demographics and geographic data points were part of council requests last year during our military equipment council presentation. The equipment uses on the chart before you involve 7 subjects who were barricaded inside a car or house, 1 subject having a mental health crisis who was reported to be armed with a knife, 9 armed with knives, machete, or other weapons, and 1 suspect who was reported to be involved in a shooting. Another example of the uses of equipment. Officers responded to a person experiencing homelessness who was brandishing a knife and threatening the victim. Officers located the individual near J and 4th Street when the suspect fled from them. The subject was located near the Tower Bridge armed with a knife and threatening to jump. It was also discovered that the subject had just threatened to stab a business employee at a nearby hotel as well. Our crisis negotiators attempted to de-escalate the situation. The suspect began smoking narcotics while officers tried to talk to him. After 4 hours of trying to get the suspect to surrender, officers used less lethal equipment, resulting in the suspect being taken in custody. I'll now move over to the audit funding. This year, we had a team of officers physically conduct department-wide inventory for greater consistency and accuracy. Through this year's audit, we accounted for items that are deployed in the field, such as pepper ball rounds and ammunition for rifles. We have met with the city auditor to request, as the chief stated, that they conduct a formal audit of our auditing process, and today a budget committee approval was obtained to expand their work plan. Finally, we're also going to move to quarterly audits of equipment from our current annual process and centralized storage of our equipment to allow for better accounting. Results of this year's audit. 2 items were accounted for in the 2022-23 audit, but were inadvertently excluded from the final draft of the annual report last year. These items include 200 rifles and the baffle canisters. We also had 1 specific model of pepper ball projectile, which was not reported in the 22-23 audit, but was discovered during this year's physical audit. Last year during council, there was direction given to the department, which we have implemented or are in the process of implementing. In addition, we reviewed prior commission and public recommendations and made some changes. These requests include the following. Add demographic and geographic data for the use of equipment. We added data on the equipment that resulted in the use of force. We recognize that more data has been requested and expect to provide more in next year's report. We were asked to come back before council for administrative staff needed to accomplish more data in the report. In June of 2023, through the budget process, we have been authorized an administrative analyst and will be hiring that person in the upcoming months. We were asked to develop a process with the Police Commission for community engagement. Lieutenant Shirashi worked closely with the Commission to develop the survey and organize the community outreach meetings. There was a desire for more information on when the equipment cannot be used. We added the entire policies and manuals related to the equipment use to the annual reports so that the community can fully review the policies governing use and non-use. We also highlighted sections related to the use and non-use. There was concern last year about the redacted portions of our less than lethal policy. We reviewed our policy and have removed all of the redacted portions. There was concern that the police vehicle GO did not exist for the ROOK. General Order 580.18, deployment of armored vehicle, is being worked on draft format, and we have solicited input for the commission on this policy. There was a request for more data on the use of equipment. Once we hire the additional administrative staff that I just talked about, we'll provide more detailed information to include summary on uses of force involving military equipment, further breakdown on each individual equipment, more demographic and geographic information on all equipment use. We had a request to add language on the use of armor-piercing munition. This is also in draft policy, and we have also solicited input from the commission. We have addressed each of the 14 Police Commission recommendations from the 2022 related to the MEU through policy or annual report modifications, including adding language prohibiting purchasing federally banned equipment. We added language on mutual aid and outside agency assistance. We added demographic and geographic data as mentioned previously. We added comparative data. We removed exigent application of funding. We verified the policy indicates that we can apply for grants or funding in exigent circumstances, but we would still have to obtain council approval prior to purchasing, acquisition, and receiving items. We removed all limited to language. We are in draft format, as mentioned earlier, about adding language to armor-piercing ammo use, and we added OPSA and commission into our policy, and we removed the language regarding 10% above purchase on stock. Two other items, we reviewed the new recommendations presented to the commission in 2023. We'll be working through those this upcoming year for the next year's policy. One of the commission requests was to also add that was also a law and ledge topic. The question was whether we can complete this report earlier to have more time for community engagement and council consideration. The challenge that we have with this request is that we continue to add more and more requests to this report, which means more time. Currently, the reporting time period closes the end of April. That's when we start our audit of the year prior's uses and audits of the equipment. It takes us 2 to 3 months to complete the audits and draft the report currently. This takes us to July, where community outreach is done. Reports are due for law and ledge by mid-July to get to the committee in August, and then council in September. We continue to strive to provide comprehensive policy and an annual report. We recognize that each year we can improve on the information contained in the annual report, and we believe we will be able to provide more data in the 2023-2024 report with additional staff that council authorized. As mentioned earlier, this report has doubled in size, in large part because of the policies were added to the report, but we also added a couple of data points that council requested. And as Chief mentioned earlier, I expect next year's to be a little more robust, including summary. Like this year we had 18 suspects where force was used. Next year we'll provide actual summaries of each incident as part of the annual report. This concludes our presentation. We'll be here to answer any questions.
We do have significant amount of public testimony, at least 15 or 16 people and maybe more, so we want to hear from the public, and then we'll turn it over to the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. First is Anna Maria Smith, Diane Rosenblum, then MVW.
Is your camera working?
Yeah, go ahead and start speaking and I'll turn it on.
Sorry, I thought the commission was going first. Beg your pardon. I've written about the SAC PD annual report for Amnesty International, and I want to start with an AB 481 finding. Low-income Black and Brown communities are disproportionately impacted by the police when they use military equipment. Last year, the Review Commission asked the SAC PD to report the demographic data pertaining to each use of military equipment. Their idea was championed by the mayor, endorsed by Chief Lester, and codified in the approval ordinance. In the entire report, race and ethnicity show up once, and that's on this page, page 10. We should have 852 incidents here, and we have 26. There were called uses of force, and I noticed that reportable seems to kind of go in and out of use here, but these are reportable uses of force involving military equipment. The SAC PD has arbitrarily restricted its discussion of race and ethnicity to 26 uses, which happens to, again, to correspond to the reportable uses of force involving military gear, 26 instead of 852. 97% of the data are withheld against council's order. A superficial reading of this table suggests that whites are just as likely to be targeted by military equipment as blacks and brown community members. What's the actual truth? We don't know. You cannot draw conclusions based on a subsample of 26 out of 852. You would fail a high school statistics course doing that. Council also asked SACPD to deliver a geographic analysis, and they suggested zip codes. But instead, we have police districts, which are not helpful. Now, SACPD cannot complain that these reporting requirements are burdensome. Council said it would pay all the costs. This is a unicorn, a funded mandate. The ordinance was intended
Thank you for your
as a
comments. Your
compromise.
time is complete.
The SACPD has not delivered.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to take Chair Graciela Castillo-Krings, Chair of the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission.
Without a 2-minute time limit, we went to hear the commission's full response, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you and present. I do want to begin by thanking the city and also the police department for collaborating with us on this process. While it's a very good step forward, there's still a lot to be accomplished. And to be honest, a lot of additional work has to be done in order for us to continue to increase the transparency and the trust in the community. Let me begin by reading the conclusion of our report.
Whose report? The commission's
report.
The commission's response to
What we heard, yes.
Okay.
And so what we were tasked to accomplish is make sure that we were elevating the concerns and the comments from the community. The report that I am talking about is part of your agenda. It's like, I believe it is one of the last items. And it actually outlines 9 of the recommendations for 2023. But I'd like to begin with the conclusion just simply because it highlights what we were hearing in every community forum. And the first, I wanted to say also thank you for those of you that were there or had staff there present. Really appreciate that. That was one of the key things that we heard from the community. They wanted to see their elected representatives hearing some of this feedback directly. So the conclusion of the report. Many of the participants expressed profound mistrust and animosity towards the style of policing they have encountered, particularly during protest. They are suspicious that the police department is truly open to changing its tactics and believe their participation in these forums has little chance of leading to meaningful change. If the City Council chooses to approve SPD's MEU policy and annual report without requiring significant changes, it will serve to reinforce the perception that these forums were simply to placate the public rather than providing real opportunities for change. The reason I want to bring that up is, again, really thank and appreciate the collaboration and the coordination that has happened. But as many of you that were also in attendance, you heard the frustration. There are not a lot of forums where the public can engage in deep, thoughtful discussion with our police department. And unfortunately, the 2 minutes that we get in public comment are not sufficient. One of the things that I think we found to have a lot of power in the community forums was allowing the public to actually engage and be able to provide an outlet for that frustration. Once that was actually allowed, we actually had really deep engagement from the public. And honestly, one of the recommendations that we have is we need more of those. We need more resources for the community to have areas or places that are safe, that we can have additional discussions. One of the things that we also need clarification, and I think would be really helpful for the community to have, is they provided input in the 2023 annual report. That is not going to be addressed until 2024. So I think a lack of process and what actually is expected if the community is going to come out and provide feedback, when that feedback is actually going to be considered and discussed. Part of the thing is, unfortunately, the process right now that we have does not allow for a true back and forth and a thoughtful discussion as to what additional changes are going to be included. Just to give you one of the examples that we have, and this is part of the recommendations that we have, is the use of crowd control. The military equipment use is allowed to actually be used to manage crowd. That was something that actually has come up multiple times. This is the second year that we bring it up because that lacks the clarity that the public would like to see. Some of the changes that they would prefer is again, I'm representing, there was a lot of back and forth from public feedback. If there was more clarity, as for example, if there's civil unrest, if there are riots, there's very specific examples of when the public could be harmed. Some of the community members would feel more comfortable with that, but just kind of this amorphous crowd control without full definition of what that means, that was actually creating a lot of uncomfort with the community. So at the end of the day, again, I think it's a good step forward, but in order for us to really engage the community and say, City Council is listening, I think we need further discussion. Just one other thing that I would like to highlight, because this has been coming up a lot, and I think I would be remiss if I don't highlight it for the council. There is an ambiguity in the law. When we talk about annual review, there is not a clear definition in the statute, and it is open to interpretation. If annual review means annual review from when the policy was approved, which is September of 2022, or annual review as a calendar year, meaning January through December. The reason I bring that up is because based on what I'm hearing from community believes that there might be more time for the council to really look at the public comment and actually make changes for the policy and still be in compliance with 481. Again, that is up to some of the legal minds in the room, because there is an ambiguity of what annual means in 481. So I just want to make sure that I was highlighting that, because I've heard that from a couple groups, and it was important for us to elevate that concern. Thank you.
Do you have any, your comments are very, very helpful about the process and procedure. Do you have any substantive comments, for example, about the department's requests for additional equipment pursuant to the policy? Did the commission weigh in on that?
I think that there is additional requirement in terms of more transparency as to why that additional purchasing is needed. So that is something that I think we would like to have more engagement with the police department directly. Okay. Just so you know, Mr. Mayor, some of the engagement has been via email, so we have not had an opportunity to really sit down. Just to give you an example from the timeline perspective. So our last forum happened July 29th. That is actually the date that a lot of the material was released, including the annual report. According to 481, the public has to have at least 30 days to be able to review and therefore comment and have their first community meeting. We did not do it within that timeline because we were kind of ensuring that we were trying to have all of this wrapped up for this meeting. So the report for the commission was due, in order for us to be part of the agenda, August 17th. That actually gave the commission 17 days from when we wrapped up the forum to make sure that we were looking at the annual review, looking at everything that was compiled from the feedback, and putting something together that we could move forward. We felt that the process was rushed. We would like to kind of have more time and collaborate with PD to ensure that that happens, so that we're able to come here together and say, this is a collaboration, and the report in front of you reflects both of our bodies' input.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's continue the public testimony now. We'll go back to the 2-minute rule, but I wanted to make sure that the chair of the commission had a full opportunity here. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Rosenblum, MVW, then O.
Thank you. This board was entrusted with a powerful and important duty under AB 481. AB 481 clearly states that in the event that any type of equipment in the SAC PD inventory has not complied with the standards in AB 481, the council shall either disapprove a renewal of the authorization for that type of military equipment or require modifications to the military equipment use policy or report in a manner that will resolve the lack of compliance. A careful reading of the use policy modifications shows that SAC PD has again refused to identify an independent oversight entity specifically for AB 481 compliance. City Council is obviously the governing board, and the Police Review Commission is listed in this policy as an independent entity, purposely leaving out the word oversight. This must be remedied before approval. Approving these requests for acquisition should not be blanket or automatic. Explosive breaching tools, for instance, were reported used 0 times in the past year. SAC PD currently has 160 breaching rounds and is requesting 125 more. Just one example of many. The weapon's lifespan, by the way, is 5 years. Where's the data to back up that acquisition? The law demands that you decline the SACPD request to renew the insufficient use policy and use report, and we ask that you return the matter to the SACPD with instructions to remedy this substantial legal failings. Although the Sac Police Department made a few of the suggested changes, it's a long way from complying with the law. You have plenty of time. AB 481 requires that a governing body approves this policy annually, not within 365 days as stated by our SAC PD. Many other cities have taken their time with second and third readings and deliberations in a year. Thank you
for your comments. MVW, then O, then CJ.
I am before the next witness comes up. We are going to ask the city attorney to weigh in on this timing question, because that's a significant part of the concern and opposition, please. We'll wait till after the public testimony, then turn it over to the city attorney. Thank you.
The last two audits of SACPD have shown that, number one, SACPD has hundreds of sexual assault kits untested, and another that SACPD has a history of illegally searching cars, homes, and that they have no policy on handcuffing 10-year-old black children in their pajamas. How many more audits are needed to show you that SACPD has no accountability and no capability of following their own rules? Over the last 3 decades, the militarization of policing in America has grown exponentially, transforming an already fucked up culture of law enforcement for far worse. The result of this militarization, where local police take on the appearance and behavior of soldiers at war, is that the public is both less safe and less free. And those who encounter militarized police, whether in their daily lives, such as with a rook, or at a demonstration, are far more likely to end up dead or injured, and so are the police, as a consequence of an officer's militarized mindset. The streets of America are not some far-off battlefield, and our police are not an occupying force. Every year, police consistently kill over 1,000 people. Nearly a quarter of the victims just last year were black, even though black Americans only make up 13% of the population. Most of the victims were unarmed, many experiencing mental health crises, and half of them were actually children under the age of 18. America's rate of police violence far outstrips that of any other Western democracy. That's why our first community demand is we demand a moratorium on all military equipment purchases. No new purchases of military equipment until all lawsuits and investigations about SACPD's response to the 2020 George Floyd protests, their improper military equipment use, and their allegations of racism that have come out many times, and ties to known hate groups such as the Proud Boys, until they are resolved. Say no to more military equipment on our streets. Where's the war?
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is O, then CJ, and then Keon Bliss.
Justice for Augustine Morales, Lionel Rodriguez, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, Jeremy Southern, Daryl Richards, Brandon Smith, Stephon Clark, Joseph Mann, Dejan Flano, and justice for the black man whose name we still don't know that SACPD murdered at Sac City College a few weeks ago on the light rail while he was suffering from a mental health crisis. In this situation, it wasn't just their military equipment that failed. It was and always is your officers that resulted in another life taken because they are trigger happy and don't know how to de-escalate. All these black and brown men have lost their lives at the hands of SACPD, and unsurprisingly, Howard has not fired a single officer to this day. This city will never know justice, it will never know healing until it knows care, accountability, and transparency first. Unfortunately, no amount of diversity trainings can turn y'all into women and men of integrity, just like no amount of reform can change the fact that SACPD continues to uphold and enforce the systems of white supremacy while never being held accountable. Here's your data, Lisa. There's little evidence that police stop crime. Over 50 years of crime data shows only 2% of crimes end in conviction. Sounds familiar. Sounds like SACPD, who possessed hundreds of rape kits that were left sitting untouched for 4 years. Testing those kits would have solved past sexual assault crimes and prevented future ones. How many more victims has there been during those 4 years because SACPD dropped the ball, or more likely covered up that they haven't prioritized sexual assault victims? I worked with women and children at City of Refuge. Most of them, if not all of them, have been victims of sexual assault. Some of the women I worked with trusted me with their stories, and the ones that stuck stuck with me are the ones of police officers sexually assaulting them or not taking them seriously when they inform the police that they have been assaulted. So for these women, children, and other victims to have the courage to even take a rape kit test and trust y'all with it while their abusers are still out there takes courage. But then for them to find out that a traumatic event in their life that more than likely altered their life was sitting in SAC PD's hands, just collecting.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is CJ and then Keon Bliss. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Read.
You have exceeded your speaking time. Please stop speaking and take your seat. We appreciate your comments. Your time has completed. By continuing to speak, you are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You are now in violation of Chapter 5 of the Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, the mayor will order you to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning?
Do your jobs and vote for the people or step down.
Mr. Mayor? Our next speaker is CJ, then Keon Bliss.
I don't need a phone. I don't need my paper pad. I need the council to think very carefully on which side of history it wants to be on. Do you want to continue to follow on the path of your predecessors, the people who sat in the seats before you? Do you want to continue to allow SAC PD to uphold the very systems that all of you, when you campaigned, all of you agreed that we needed a different kind of public safety? Why are we not seeing what you promised? What some of you was your biggest campaign promise? Some of you who built your campaigns off the backs of the people who are being shot by this department. How can you sit there and tell us that you're all in when you are still allowing people to be murdered at my campus where I go to school? You can choose differently. You've been able to choose differently. You can use SAC PD to be an agent of change. You can transform this department. We don't need this department. There are plenty of better uses for SAC PD's budget than more military equipment. You don't need it. We don't need it. We've been telling you we don't need it. Why are you not listening? What did we elect you for? I always have to tell my students, I always tell them, I always correct them. I'm like, we don't live in a democracy. We actually live in a democratic republic, because once you elect your representative, you do not have a say in how they vote. After you put them in those seats, you have no say in what they do. And that is why we are failed again and again and again. There is blood on your hands today. I stood on my campus where SAC PD murdered yet another black man, someone who is the age of my grandfather, because he couldn't get the help he needed.
Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Keon Bliss. And then I have 13 speakers online.
So, as my fellow colleague and Chair Castillo-Krings had noted, we put this report out thinking that we would have ample time to be able to present not just our takeaways and lessons learned from the community forums, but also the recommendations that are before you within this multi-hundred page document. And gotta say, I don't appreciate having only 2 minutes to talk around that. I was actually looking to speak specifically to the community-based recommendations that we have. Particularly, a lot of the recommendations that were put forward are reinforcing the 13 military equipment use recommendations that we approved from last year. Not just the 5 that were mentioned in the letter before last September's approval of the military equipment use policy, but the ones that we approved, full comprehensive list that we approved back in March 2022. Those included requiring Sacramento Police Department to track and report the number of military equipment deployments within the city's jurisdiction separately from the total number of reportable uses of force. Because as community members noted, it is outrageous that they only list the bare minimum of uses of military equipment that they are required to do by law, rather than proactively sharing the number of deployments, as was noted previously, of how literally hundreds of military equipment deployments that were put out. It also called for standalone general order that clearly states when and where military equipment or munitions are prohibited for deployment, use, and discharge. Another one of our recommendations that came out from last year. And of course, removing the crowd control language, as Chair Castillo-Crings had rightly lifted up. But also requiring it to produce in this annual report comparative reporting and demographic reporting that at minimum, that includes at minimum where it uses this equipment, which is a directive that this council actually provided for last year, and we're still actually waiting for them to address that. I'm going to note that especially around the timing, and
your
lift
time
that
is
really
complete. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Terry.
Mr. Bliss. Hold on, excuse me. I'm going to give you a couple more minutes as the vice chair of the commission. 2 more, though. We're not going to go on because Graciela covered it. So finish your comments, please. Thank you.
Yes. I agree with everything that Chair Castillo-Crings had named, especially around the timing, given that there are specific examples, both like here within this county, where actually it is not set within a specific hard deadline for approval of this, like a reapproval of this policy from year after year. In fact, last year, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, the county approved its military equipment use policy in October of last year. And just this year, back in April of 2022, it approved the district attorney, it approved military equipment use policies for the district attorney's office and the park rangers department, which is well past the legal deadline that was listed in AB 481. There are multiple other cities that have listed that did not have this same hard deadline that we are forcing ourselves to meet and being rushed into, which several of you have expressed frustration and struggle with, given that we're being asked to basically go through hundreds of pages of report and the accompanying general orders in order to determine whether this is in the best interest of the city and if they're being applied correctly in their use. I will also note, too, that when it comes to independent oversight, while the police department has added the Office of Public Safety Accountability and the Police Review Commission as independent entities, it does not actually describe what function, oversight function we possess when it comes to the military equipment use policy, and that is explicitly required in AB 481. And it also does not provide the legally enforceable sanctions that are in place when the policy is violated, which is also an express requirement alongside that. So a lot of the recommendations that are included in the report, we actually provide you a verbatim list of our recommendations from 2022, as well as the community-based recommendations here. But the responses that PD provided, unfortunately, are short paraphrases and don't speak to the full list of those recommendations. So I really encourage you all.
Thank you for your comments.
Take your time. You do not have to.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Terry.
Hi. I'm not even sure how to start. So just going back to the use of military equipment, there's case study that shows that the use of military equipment does not increase officer safety, does not decrease officer safety. The use of military equipment does not reduce crime, doesn't increase crime, but it doesn't reduce crime either. There is zero benefit. To be able to spend that much money on something that has data to prove that it has zero benefit is not a responsible use of the public's money. What it does do, however, is to create further divide and mistrust between the Black and brown community and the police department. Telling these communities that they are going to be policed militarily sends a message to those communities, how they were seen by the council and by the mayor, and intentionally or unintentionally, maybe it sends a message to officers that maybe they have local government approval to be a little more aggressive when going into those communities. Also, the recommendation from Mrs. Castillo-Crings, that it was, we recommended that approved, that was not so at the meeting that I attended. I attended the one at Hart, and it was overwhelming. The community did not approve this because of the financial information that was incomplete and the demographic information that was manipulated and incomplete. The whole report was incomplete. So I hope you don't move forward with this, with an incomplete report and knowing the impact it's going to have on the Black and brown communities before you even go in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Louise Meller. Louise, if we unmute.
I'll be on mute. Thank you. Okay. My comment is pretty brief, so I want to take a few seconds to commiserate with Mayor Steinberg and everyone who's had to endure crude and unjustified attacks. I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover from the recent proliferation of transgressive behavior. Now, on the subject of the military equipment use policy, more than anything the police have done or not done, I am disturbed by city council members who seem reluctant to assume their responsibility for oversight of the police. Do you all think everything is just great? My impression, it is only an impression in the absence of data, but it is supported by other comments today, is that some Sacramento neighborhoods are dangerous for residents and officers alike, and that it is precisely in those areas that trust and cooperation are lacking. We could all be more successful and secure if trust and cooperation were closer. This council has the ultimate responsibility for keeping track of problems like that and for addressing them. I respectfully request that the council insist on information about the ways police interact with civilians in Sacramento's various neighborhoods. Insist on having that information before approving the military equipment use policy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Courtney P. Courtney, if you'll unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi. Hi, my name is Courtney Poole, and I'm calling to urge you to vote no on the Sacramento Police Department's military equipment use policy. I'm concerned about the harmful outcomes that will result from a policy that asks for additional funding with virtually no justification. I attended one of the meetings, and I, along with other attendees, overwhelmingly oppose approval of the military equipment use on members of our community. Use that we know will harm the community, especially Black and brown members. The policy does not have tighter limits on when and where military equipment can be used, does not designate oversight authority to an independent oversight body. It does not detail any legally enforceable sanctions in place of misuses of military equipment. The public and council haven't had enough time to fully review the SACPD's annual report or the implementation of the Police Review Commission's recommendations. The public did not provide input stating, I asked the council to vote no on the policy and to do the following: reject all new military equipment requests and reinvest $360,000 in requested funds toward community-based violence prevention organizations or Department of Community Response. Designate independent oversight authority of SACPD's MEU compliance to the Office of Public Safety and Accountability, the Inspector General, and the SAC Police Review Commission. Remove all language from the military use equipment allowing SACPD to use equipment for crowd control and specific written limits, and review and approve all MEU recommendations from the Police Review Commission before approving the policy. Based on the amount of time given to the Review Commission, it's clear that Police Review Commission's valuable hard work is not being valued and needs to be prioritized throughout the year, not just.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is phone number 1849, last four digits 1849, if you'll unmute. Caller with the last four digits 1849. I'm going to move to the next person, Brianna. I have 10 more speakers. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Kravanis, and I'm a fellow with the ACLU of Northern California Legal Policy Department here in Sacramento. Council need not and should not approve the policy at this time. AB 481 requires that the governing body renew the policy at least annually, which means within a calendar year and not within a year of the initial adoption of the policy. This is evident from the absence of specific language requiring renewal within a year of the adoption of the ordinance, language that is used elsewhere in AB 481, and a provision specifying that law enforcement submit an annual military equipment report for each type of military equipment approved by the governing body within 1 year of approval. The bill's use of distinct and clear language to specify when action must be taken within a year of initial approval of an MEU policy signifies that in the renewal context where no such language is used, that no such requirement applies. In the absence of a specifically defined meaning, the term annually can be understood by its plain meaning as defined in the dictionary, which is once a year, each year, or happening once every year. So therefore, council would have until December 31st to review and vote on the ordinance. Additionally, AB 481 was designed to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight of the acquisition and use of military equipment by local law enforcement and address the harm caused by the disproportionate use of military equipment against communities of color. SACPD's inadequate report frustrates AB 481's purpose as it does not allow council to determine how SACPD is using its military equipment, what specific equipment is being used, and whether the agency's use of military equipment is disproportionately harming people of color and other marginalized communities. Council should not renew SACPD's military equipment use policy at this time and should instead require that SACPD amends its report to provide council with the information it is required to consider. Council should also direct SACPD to amend its policy to address community concerns and recommendations by the Police Review Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dylan Hoy-Bianchi.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, yeah, my name's Dylan. And a lot of other folks have already talked at length about the specific problems with this particular MOU. So I'm not gonna go into any of that. It's crap, and we all know it's crap. It's pretty easy to tell. But what I would like to talk to you about is the idea of accountability. The police department, as it stands right now, does not face a whole lot of accountability to the public. There do exist some commissions and oversight bodies that get to review police conduct and make recommendations, but ultimately none of those groups have any actual power to make any changes. So the buck stops at City Council to follow up on any of those recommendations. The police department is overseen by the city manager, Howard Chan, but he is not an elected official and has no accountability to the public himself. In fact, the people he has accountability to is, again, the city council. So ultimately, it is the city council who is the public's only instrument to force to hold the police department accountable for anything that they do. In my time in Sacramento, I have yet to see this city council do anything to seriously hold this police department accountable. And it's a real shame, because I think most of you would acknowledge up there that the police are guilty of significant amount of misconduct at best. That's a nice way of putting it. When are they going to be held accountable? Is today going to be the day that you finally say enough is enough? I'm skeptical. I don't think you will, but I'd love to be proved wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is George Lance.
Yes, hello there. Before I get started, I would like to politely request that the mayor not violate my free speech. I know you're going to be tempted to, sir, but I would like also the press and the ACLU and these other groups that they say they care about free speech. Well, we'll see if they do or not. We've heard speakers on one side of this issue use curse words and speak about Black and brown communities, talk about their people. So as I continue speaking here, I would like you to be able to justify your reason for cutting me off and not just cut me off in a spaz attack like the mayor's been doing. So this is not the mayor's living room. This is a free speech in a public forum, and the Brown Act requires you let us have our time to speak. When the mayor comes back from his hissy fit in the back room and is conflating protected free speech, criticizing any group, race, or religion, which has been settled case law, he conflates that with violence. He is trying to take away our free speech, which is unconstitutional, anti, and non-American, which is not a surprise coming from this gentleman who acts more like a Bolshevik.
The testimony is off topic. It is not
Listen,
relevant
sir,
to the
I'm
item
not done yet.
before us.
Please let me continue. Please let me continue. We hear about the Black and brown communities. We don't hear enough about the white communities, the Asian communities. How about the people who had to deal with the looting and mass fires throughout the cities that were let happen by these protected groups, okay? When we come in there to speak and Antifa chases us out and there's no police protection. You tell us why we cannot.
This agenda
speak
item
in
is
public.
adopting a
The
military
reason
equipment
is
use
because we
policy.
cannot speak without being. Okay, I'm telling
Trying
you,
to
I am
listen
for
here.
the military arms for the police because someone needs to control the animals in the city who are acting with no checks and balances. And the Jewish mayor is unconstitutional and he will be put in check. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Nicholas McConnell.
Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, well, first off, fuck you, George Lance. Not what I was actually going to say. It's awesome to hear a time limit for people who have worked with the Police Review Commission, whose chair described the profound lack of public trust in our police department and the need for transparency. I can't help but seeing parallels between cutting off public comment every 2 minutes to move things along and rushing to get more rounds and drones and armored vehicles into the hands of cops simply because they want them. Council members, you have the power to listen and deliberate before acting. I heard tonight that SACPD is trying to hire an analyst to enable more detailed reporting. Why do they need to stockpile enough equipment to wage a war before understanding how they're using the equipment they have and who it's being used on? Chief Lester also described needing to, quote, use every tool available to resolve incidents as safely as possible. In her frame of mind, tools include assault weapons, robots, drones, and tanks. I'm sorry, rooks. Similarly, we ask our city to use all available tools to ensure public safety. The police get a budget increase every year. They expect continuing approval of military equipment with minimal effort or oversight. The city is only using one tool, and we keep showing up here to detail its shortcomings. Other tools are available and should be better supported. We have the Department of Community Response. We have the Office of Public Safety Accountability and the Police Review Commission. Interesting that the community concerns voiced during meetings are heard and recounted here by the Police Review Commission. I've never heard a police department member stand before City Council and acknowledge they have heard anything from all of us who are sharing our experiences in good faith, regardless of the 3 meetings that happened somewhere and went nowhere. So I'm asking City Council to use all the tools our city has and review and approve all MEU recommendations that have been made by the Police Review Commission before approving any MEU policy updates or equipment requests from the SACPD. The recommendations are thoroughly developed, easy to implement, and very reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is call-in user 2.
Yes, this is Lambert, and during the consent calendar, I guess it got so hectic down the stretch that my hand was not acknowledged.
This
and so I'm
agenda item
mentioning
is-
that now.
This agenda item is adopting a military equipment use policy.
I know, but what I'm saying is that my hand was not acknowledged during the consent calendar, so I'll get off. But I'm saying that whenever it's hectic, you should acknowledge the people who have their hands up, no matter what's going on in the audience. So thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Jenkins.
Hello. Hello.
Please proceed.
I've pretty much been a Californian all my life, 58 years old. When I grew up in North Hollywood, I support these cops having the tools that they need to defend themselves in our community, especially if they need the military equipment. You know, I spent the early 90s in North Hollywood. That's where I lived and worked and went to school. At that time, they had the bank robbery, the famous bank robbery. Those cops are outgunned. The ammunition used, they couldn't defend themselves against. They only had 9mm shotguns, and they had nothing. While these guys had full auto AKs with 75-round drums, shooting at everything. And especially during a time when assault weapons were banned, now there's hundreds of millions of them out there on the streets. You know, our police need the military equipment. End of story. Unless you want these savage niggers to take over our streets.
Cut him off.
Fuck that
Cut
kite
him
mayor.
off. Cut him off. Cut him off.
Next speaker is Carl B.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
Please proceed.
I say demilitarize the police. Let patriots restore law and order, defend the ATF, the FBI, police. They serve and protect no one but the goddamn niggers
This
and
is
Jews.
adopting a military equipment use policy in the city of Sacramento. Larry S., if you'll unmute.
Hi, yeah, I believe that the only appropriate time for military weapons to be used is if it's against the filthy kikes that did 9/11, and maybe the feral niggers.
Cut him off.
That are
Cut him off. Cut him off.
Samuel B., if you'll unmute.
Shh, be, please.
Cancel the Zoom. What are you doing?
You don't.
Everyone to listen to this hate speech
Samuel B.
For 6 weeks straight.
Including myself and my.
Yeah, okay, I can hear you now.
Stop it.
Cancel the Zoom. What are you doing?
I'm going to ask you to
so
leave
we're talking about the
if you shout out
militarization
again.
of the police and getting the military equipment, and I'm totally against that. And you know, it's awful that these people are calling in and calling the mayor a dirty penis-sucking Jew. Kike, fuck you, you faggot, commie bastard.
Cut him
I
off.
have no more speakers.
Okay, let us get to the substance. Madam City Attorney, I want to see if we can sort of clarify what's before us today. Okay, so several questions. Number one, what is the City Council's requirement in terms of the timing of addressing the resolution that is before us today? That's one question. The second question, which is as important about the substance, as I understand the statute, that there are two pieces that we ought to consider today. One is the updating, as the annual updating of the military equipment use policy. The other piece embedded in this, though, is a request for additional equipment that the department currently does not have. That's part of the that's part of the consideration of the ask tonight. So I just want to know several things. Is that correct? And secondly, what are the range of options that the council has in considering these issues together and or separately?
Sure, Mayor and Council, and I'm going to ask Senior Deputy City Attorney Aaron Israel to come up here. He is our subject matter expert and has been working with the police department. I will say that the characterizations of the council not having to adopt the ordinance by September 13 are incorrect.
Incorrect. Okay.
I'll turn it
That's
over
one
to
of the
Aaron.
questions. The other is, what is the context of what we're being asked to vote upon here tonight? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron Israel. I'm a Senior Deputy to City Attorney Wood. AB 481 requires the submission of two documents in conjunction. One is the military equipment use policy. The other is the annual military equipment report. It's important to note that AB 481 tethers the council action on the policy to a law enforcement agency's annual report, which must be submitted annually by the anniversary of the policy's initial approval. A contrary interpretation would mean that if a legislative body last acted on its law enforcement agency's policy on January 1, 2023, it wouldn't need to act again on that policy until December 31, 2024. That would be once in a calendar year. And that interpretation would run contrary to the legislature's desire that the governing body review its law enforcement agency's policy, quote unquote, at least annually, signifying more rather than less review.
Okay, that
Available
isn't
for
the
additional
only,
questions.
That isn't the only question, sir. Thank you. We understand, Mr. Israel?
With regards, Aaron, with regards to their approving of new equipment, that's
Yes. How does the request for approval of new equipment fit into this, our obligation, in both in substance and timeliness?
It's one part of the military equipment use policy as a whole. So the council must act any time under AB 481 that the law enforcement agency requests to fund, acquire, or use military equipment as defined. The military equipment use policy as updated includes items that are already in SPD's inventory as well as requested procurements.
Understood. So in terms of the timeliness, I just want to understand the options here. The department makes a number of requests, including replenishing existing inventory and adding to existing inventory. If we were to approve the policy tonight, does that preclude us at a later date, if we chose, and we chose not to approve the equipment, new equipment requested or the replenishment, would that preclude us from approving it next week, the week after, the month after, 2 months after?
No, Mr. Mayor.
It would not. Okay. And so the obligation tonight is to vote on and or reportedly approve the overall policy, the overall report.
To act on the overall report by September 13th. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from members of the City Council. I know I have a number of questions. That was one to the attorney, but I know I have some questions of the chief and the department as we go forward. Councilmember Valenzuela, do you want to start?
Sure. And I don't have questions. I guess I just have comments given the opinions here today. I want to echo Graciela by both thanking the department for the outreach. I think it was a stretch. I appreciate the stretch. I hope it becomes policy beyond just this because it is great to go into communities on weekends and evenings with partners, independent facilitation. Like you hit all of the boxes, and partnering with the commission in that way I think was a really positive step, and I do want to start by commending that. I also want to echo what Graciela said in terms of, it's not like the outreach is just one step. Then there's the other step of what do we do with that outreach. And I do want to appreciate the changes that have been made. Those are not, I won't go through all of them, but I do appreciate the changes that I've seen here. And I will just say that I think there's probably some who think that I will never vote for this policy. And that's not true. I actually would love to get to yes on this policy sometime. I would love to be able to say, like, we've checked all the boxes. We have full transparency. We feel really good about that. And I don't feel that tonight, unfortunately. And some of it's stuff that will not be surprising to you, and some of this is stuff that has come up since our last conversation at Law and Ledge. I will just remind this council, in September 2022, we asked for a 90 to 120-day report back. We asked for them to talk to the commission about demographics and data reporting. We asked for discussion about future equipment needs, further criteria for the general orders on when equipment should not be used, and a lot of that didn't happen. And I know that there was conversations at some point that were communicated to me in Law and Ledge that folks were asked to wait. But I just want to say that I think that when we keep waiting, it starts to deteriorate hope that it'll happen. And so I appreciate the staffing concerns that have been raised. I really do. But to me, this information is incredibly important. It's incredibly important to know, not just by police districts, but by zip codes. I have 6 zip codes in my police district alone. And so knowing if it was 95819 versus 95818 gives me a completely different picture of where that happened, what might have happened, who was in that neighborhood, than just seeing police district 3. For instance, I think that's really important. I also think it's really important that we move beyond the use of force instances. Again, I can note the recognition of the capacity and still say that I think when I look at 852 uses of military equipment and only 26 reported, I have a lot of questions about bigger trends and things that are happening in the community that I think that this report, when we really talk to the intent of the law, which the city attorney just mentioned, was determined to get to, was that transparency, that real full understanding of when and where equipment was used and against whom. I think the general orders, we also asked at the last meeting and when we approved the purchase of the Rook for the general orders to be updated. That has not happened yet. I know you're working on it, and I, again, acknowledge that by also saying I wish that had happened, because that was direction, and I feel like we keep giving direction that isn't quite done by the next time, and I hate saying next time because, this was supposed to be next time. And I want to report and echo what the commission is asking for in terms of crowd control references and really clearly outlining the when it shall not be used. And I really want to hone in on what was said in terms of what is the sanction, because I think you all will agree that rules without enforcement really don't mean much. So if it isn't super clear what is going to happen when violations of policy occur, then it might be warranted that, like, oh, I'll just use this and then we'll see what happens. And I want it to be super clear what the expectations are for our department. When you use this wrong, when you violate this order, these are the steps. Even if they're a range of steps because circumstances are different, I think it's important that we be very clear that this is not just a rule on paper, that this will be enforced. And I know that there are internal investigation and OPSA processes around that, but I do want to concur that I think that's important. And for me, it's a very different level of use if you're blasting into somebody's home versus if you're driving an armored vehicle down the street, you know, in a misused way. Like there are radiates, like if you fire a pepper ball at somebody and that ended up being a misuse, I mean, I think it would behoove us to be a little bit more clear in terms of the process. And I also think that helps us get around some of our issues with being more transparent with discipline after it occurs, right? If we're transparent up front, then people know what to expect when something happens. They know what our process is. They know what the range of options are that we're looking at so that they can know what those boundaries look like and what they can expect, even if they don't hear that from us after the fact due to discipline and HR issues. I will say that I am never going to be okay with acquisitions of chemical agents. I just won't. I don't think they should be used anywhere. I definitely don't think they should be used on our streets. And so that being included in here is always going to be a deal breaker. But I want to finish by pointing out trends. And Deputy Chief Leong and I went back and forth during Law and Ledge about trends of use because these numbers look a lot higher. And part of that is because this report is 52 weeks versus the last report is 19 weeks. But if you look at that and divide by weeks, you're still seeing a trend increasing for several of these equipments. And the main ones being the UAS, the unmanned uncrewed aerial systems, the armored vehicles went up 12.3%, long-range acoustic devices went up 20%, the UAs went up 20.2%, and that really strikes at the heart of what I think folks are concerned about with this policy is like, if we start to see increased trends, what are we doing? What are the steps we're taking to say, look, is it like warranted case by case is one thing. The bigger policy question of whether or not we're going to that when we might have had other options first more frequently is the bigger question. Because I'm not alleging violations of policy because obviously that's examined and you're saying that was appropriate, it wasn't appropriate. What I'm saying was you see a trend, a 20% increase. You think, why is that happening? What could we be doing? Are we going to that more frequently than we would have gone to if we did not have ready access to that? And that is sort of the hook of this policy and the concern I think a lot of people have in the community when we acquire this equipment. If you have now 3 armored vehicles when you used to only have 2, are you going to start using it more? You know, are you going to be more readily saying, and we talked about that when we acquired the Rook, right, Mayor? We said, you know, our concern is that now we're going to use it more frequently. And so how are we tracking that to ensure that that's not happening? Because what I'm already seeing is an uptick before the Rook even arises. And now that when the Rook comes, am I going to see a 30% increase again next year? And is that necessarily the direction that we want use of this equipment to be going in our city? And these are all important policy conversations. I know the department won't be surprised to hear me say, because I said it at Law and Ledge, I hate that we're doing this a week before the deadline. We can dispute the deadline, but I hate the fact that this is coming to us a week before the deadline. It's not giving us the time, or you the time, I think, to really delve in and look at general orders and make further changes, because that's it. The capacity is there. We're here on September 5th, and we just got to vote on it according to the city attorney. And so I just want to say that I'm not comfortable with this process. I'm not comfortable with the trends I'm seeing. I am adamantly opposed to chemical weapons being in our arsenal at all. I do not like the fact that we are acquiring more. I wish we would start phasing those things out. But that, for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. But I do hope, and I will reiterate, I am not an impossible get on this. I really try, and I hope the department saw when we met in August, when we met again at Law and Ledge, I was saying, please do this, please do that, please do this. And you were doing what you could, but you ran out of time. And this is the situation that I don't want us to be in again next year, because I think everybody who's engaging in this could just, you know, throw up a middle finger at this and say, forget it, I'm not going to engage, I'm just going to oppose. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to say, do this, do that. They're giving you really concrete things so that we can get there with this policy. I think we could get there with this policy, but that's where my position is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maple, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to open up tonight with especially my gratitude to our District 5. It was kind of the debut of our community cabinet, which is we did outreach to the whole district. We wanted our constituents, our business owners, our nonprofits, just anyone who wants to serve to help advise me on policy. And so we send them out the agenda every single week. And we sent them out this policy and all the documents with it, and it's just been, it's really incredible. This entire binder is all the printed out feedback that I got from community members. So I just really want to thank my constituents for being willing to do that and to spend their time and energy making sure that I can make the best decision possible. And I got a lot of really great, meaningful feedback from the community. In fact, we received more on this one item than anything that we have sent them in the past. So I think it's really important to ensure that we're addressing this report and policy from kind of 2 angles tonight. One is making sure that we're complying with the specific provisions of AB 481. And then two, for me, that we're complying with the spirit of the law, which is stated in its first section is to protect public welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties as it relates to the police use of military equipment. And I specifically want to read just this excerpt from the findings section. The acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public's safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risk to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurrent financial costs. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risks and impacts of police militarization are more experienced most acutely in marginalized communities. I think this is really important to state out loud because this is actually what's enshrined in the legislative record. So this is what those state legislators said. This is what we meant when we put this law forth and it got signed by the governor, and I think that's important to say. To me, that means that our intent should be to ensure that we're adequately protecting the most vulnerable among us, many who have been historically a target of violence when military equipment has been deployed in civilian policing. So I keep that front of mind. And I'm not going to be comfortable giving my aye vote on this item unless I'm confident that we're in compliance with the letter and the spirit of the law. And so I do have a couple questions, and these are ones that were raised from community members. So whoever's the appropriate person from PD. Thank you. So the ROOK was brought up, and obviously this was a huge topic of discussion earlier in the year. I saw that it was, and thank you for answering my questions, Deputy Chief. I saw that it was listed as an acquisition in the 2021-22 report, but it's a footnote in the 2023 report, and so I'm just kind of curious, like, for the public to understand why it was, what those differences are.
So we went, the last two reports we mentioned the ROOK and had public comments and discussions on that topic. We have already started the purchase process for the ROOK, which should arrive in the next 30, 45 days. We did include it as a footnote on the bottom so that the public knew that we did not have it in possession yet, but it's already been ordered. We're responsible for the purchase of it already because they've built it out, and it should be delivered, like I said, in 30 to 45 days.
Okay, and then maybe this is a city attorney question, or does AB 481 kind of delineate between purchase versus acquisition versus actually being in our possession? Like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, should we be listing it in the report as more than a footnote?
The council already approved its purchase in February. Yeah.
Correct. Right. But we don't actually have it in possession, so that's why it's a footnote versus being in there.
Just out of abundance of caution, I wanted to be very transparent that it is an item that we are purchasing. It is at no cost. It is all grant funded, but out of precaution, I wanted to put the footnote.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would feel personally better if it was just listed in there along with everything else, rather than as a footnote, because I think that would personally make the community feel like that it's more transparent. The other issue that I had that got raised quite a bit by community members, and it's been talked about a little bit tonight, is around the demographic data. And so I thank you again for answering my questions when I sent them to you, but I know there's been direction both through the ordinance and then also, I believe, within 481 around race and ethnicity and gender and other traits. And so I'm just trying to understand, or for the public to understand, why that wasn't included in more detail.
Want to talk about the use of force, please?
Yeah, I think what we were able to do without the additional staff, and we had mentioned last year during council, our staff is at capacity. The staff that does this does a whole bunch of other stuff for the organization that are required by law, that we had to bring patrol officers into our professional standards unit to accomplish. And so what we were able to do is grab the military equipment where force was used on individuals. So the most significant of that military equipment. The 795 other uses, which were the bulk of it, were the PA system, the LRAD, the armored vehicle deployment, and the drones. And I understand that Councilmember Valenzuela is concerned with those increases, but I stress that those three items are really the items that we buy time with. It provides cover and the ability to negotiate with individuals to get surrenders. Most of the time, when we have a barricaded subject, sometimes they last between 7 or 8 hours before we go to chemical agents or other force. And so those items I look at when they increase as the opportunity to buy time. Without those items, we don't have the time and luxury to negotiate sometimes.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I know that some of these are used for, and I get some of the notifications of things, of incidents that happen in my district. I guess for me, the heartache comes from we don't really have an ability to know, who and, what the demographic breakdown of who this is being used around. And that kind of just causes me concern because, it's a concern of my constituents too. And so I guess moving forward is there going to be a better recording of the actual data? And then are we going to be able to do this in a future report?
So after this meeting, which I hope that it'll get approved, we will schedule a meeting to make sure we start that process to get additional data. So some of the requests from ACLU and Amnesty was, can we break down each individual use? So breaking down the Bearcat, Grizzly, the Rook, breaking down each type of drone that we have. So we'll provide that. We're going to provide the demographic data requested. The geographic data is a little more challenging because we do everything by police district. There's some data that we provide by council district, but the majority of our stuff is done by police districts, not zip codes. But we will attempt to provide all that information. We think we can do it. We're going to start the process early. We're hoping to get our additional body within the next couple months, which will help us with that process as well. One of the challenges we have is we have to define everything. So take an armored deployment. Is it everyone in the house that comes out of it? Is it the known suspect we're after? So one of the processes we'll do is we'll put caveats to all that, and we'll be able to provide the additional data requested by all these groups.
Okay. Sorry, if you could consult with the commission on that, I think that would be helpful. Can I just put that out there?
Thank you for that. And thanks for bringing up also the Amnesty International reports and ACLU, because that's where, we had meetings, and I appreciate those who spent a lot of time putting together that information. And that was something that was really interesting to me is they brought up an example of, we do have the two different kinds of Bearcats, and, if all we know is a general number for both of them, so we don't know, I don't know whether or not we're using one all of the times and we're not using the other one, and therefore maybe we shouldn't have, the second one, or, it allows us to better take a look at that data and understand what's actually being used. So I appreciate that will be included moving forward. And I know this has been a learning process as well. And then so you already addressed the number of uses, because, one of my questions was around you have in there reportable uses of force. But, and I'm not an attorney, but, my reading of AB 41 is around all of the equipment, how it's used, and what was the purpose of its use. And so, we really only understand a pretty small subsection of that.
So
right
in the annual report, page 12, I think to 15 or 18, it'll list kind of the general uses of the equipment per our policy. And so we took out the things last year's report had all our possible uses, but this year we only limited to the things we actually used it for. And so if you look under each category type, such as an armored vehicle, it'll list 5 things. Those things are the things we used them for. We recognize that we got to provide more detail. We will do that next year.
Great. Thank you. And then I got to categories. And then the only other thing that I really wanted to bring up, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will bring up other things, is there were concerns around stockpiling. So, for example, one of the things that was mentioned in the Amnesty International report was that we used, according to the report, we used the rifle twice, but we're also looking to acquire an additional 200,000 rounds of ammunition. So can you just talk a little bit about why, for certain items that we already seem to have a pretty big stockpile of, why we're continuing to buy more?
Absolutely. So the ammunition is related to our contract that we have. And so we have a 5-year contract. We're 2 years into it. We have 3 years left. At various times, the ammunition will not be in stock that we want to buy in this contract. So the contract locks in the price. We could not buy any of that and forego it and then get into a new contract where the cost is higher. Or we could buy all of it and it could last us 3 to 5 years. All the purchases that we request are just possible purchases. They aren't like last year, we didn't buy some of the drones that we requested. We didn't have the budget within that unit, and so we didn't purchase it or we didn't need it. So some of the items, like I think one of the persons came up and said, on the breaching round. So our baseline is 200 of those breaching rounds. We currently have 76 in stock. We're requesting to buy 125. Our average use per year is 120. The other challenge is that the report only goes, our audit numbers they start at April 30th. So May is when we kind of start the audit process, but we've already expended some coming into September. And so the numbers change based on obviously the use within that time period. One of the things we did also is we included, which we didn't last year, we didn't realize, we have to account for all the stuff that's out in the field. So take our Super SOC beanbag rounds. We have about 5,000 deployed out in the field. We have another 3,000 at our academy for all the training that occurs. But what our armor actually has that allocates out as people use those items, we only have, I believe, 1,800. So our threshold amount that we want is 6,000, but that's 6,000 in inventory because we expend about 3,500 per year. So some of the challenges that we want to clean up is what is that threshold amount, defining what that is, field deployment versus what we have actually physically sitting in a storage area.
Thank you for that. And then you brought me to one last question because since you brought up the equipment storage, I know that there were some issues that were brought out with the audit, and I actually think that that's really great that that's in this report because that's transparency, is saying, hey, we missed some stuff. So in the report you talk about new accountability standards, and I'm just wondering if you could walk through those for me.
Yeah. So this year we used one team versus kind of going to all the people that have the individual items. They when they reported last year, they used spreadsheets. So some things were duplicate counts. They weren't physically counted. And so this year, Lieutenant Shirashi and his team actually physically went out to each site and accounted for every item. So next year, we'll continue that process. Hopefully the auditor will give us some recommendation how better to count the items more efficiently. We're gonna centralize some of the storage of the items so they're not in different sites. So right now, our SWAT team might have their own inventory, our property has an inventory, our academy has an inventory. So we'll try to centralize some of that, and we're gonna go to quarterly audits so that we're a little more efficient and catch things that we missed earlier.
Great, thank you. That's my questions. I'll just have a couple more comments and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues. But first, I want to thank our staff. I want to thank Chief Lester and Deputy Chief Leong and everyone who worked on this report. I know it's been a pretty big undertaking, especially when you're understaffed. And so, you know, I also thank you for answering a lot of my questions, many of which I sent over quite a few over the last couple of weeks. So I do appreciate that. And then also the advocates, our constituents. I just, again, want to really thank those who spent time putting together like this much information, going through everything. It really helped me better understand the issue. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I can only support this if I felt like we're complying with both the letter of the law and its intent, and really ensuring that we aren't adversely impacting public safety and welfare and risking violations to our constituent civil rights. One through line in all of the feedback that I received from our community cabinet and our constituents is the lack of specificity around and thoroughness when it comes to demographic data and its use. And so I really appreciate the clarifications. But because of this, I cannot support this report in its current form. I really need to see that data so that I can make a judgment and we can all make a judgment on how it's being used. Like right now, I can't look at this and say, are we using this equipment around certain groups more or less? Are we using it in certain neighborhoods more or less? I really have no idea, and that brings me a lot of heartache, and I can't get there right now, but I hope to in the future, and I'm really glad to hear that we'll include more information in upcoming reports. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maple. Vice Mayor Guerra, then I want to ask a few questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, there's questions from the community that I had. So this is more for the city attorney and our deputy attorney here, maybe. Can you clearly clarify, and I thought I heard it earlier, today whether we are required to approve the policy and or the report? There are two parts here. Can you give a specificity on the timing? Not that then it may or may not make a determination on how we go, but there are two parts here. When it comes to the timing, the report, and then after that, the policy.
Vice Mayor, the report is a receive and file action. It's a document that has to be submitted in conjunction with the policy renewal and informs the governing body's decision on whether to renew the policy. So the action is just a receive and file on the report, but it informs the council's decision on whether to renew the policy by ordinance.
Fair enough. That's a legal way of saying it's all entangled together.
They are tethered together, yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you.
Could I help just on that point?
Sure.
And I'll turn it right back over to you just because I want to get back to this. Within the policy itself, there is the requirement to consider what the way the department has used the equipment it has and will continue to use, and related but separate is the request of the city council within the policy to purchase new equipment. Is that correct?
I think that's right, Mayor.
And the two are related, obviously, but distinct in terms of the categories.
They are combined into the policy, both the existing equipment and the requested procurements. They both are articulated in General Order 41006. And yes, the police department is coming to you both for its continued authorization to use equipment already in its possession and over and above that to procure additional.
And again, something I asked earlier, and I just want to, if we approve the policy and hypothetically were to say we want more information before we approve the purchase of the new equipment, would that then allow the department to continue using what they already have?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think that maybe just to put a pin on it, if the council approved the policy as it is before you, it would be with the additional requested procurements. If the council wanted to only authorize the department to continue its authorized use of equipment already in its possession, the requested procurements would have to be excised from the policy.
And could be revisited or not?
Yes, they could be revisited at a subsequent time.
Okay, without prejudice.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for allowing me to just
it's
clarify.
Good. I mean, those are questions I think that the even more detailed than what the public had proposed. Well, first I want to thank Chief and Chief Lester and Deputy Chief Leong. If you guys don't mind coming back up here real quick. Let me start off by saying that I appreciate where we're at today, even collecting the data we have, because the motion that I made included the requirement to bring back and start collecting data, to making sure we make that initial step. Now, some folks chose not to support an action, but the action that we did take and this council took began that directive to start collecting the data. So the data we have today is because of that immediate action. And it's the first iteration here. Now, my understanding of AB 481 will be that, as council stated, not only are we required to review it annually, at least annually, so it could be more than once annually, but we will see this next year and the year after that and the year after that. In that time frame, unless the council chooses otherwise, my understanding is we'll be continuing to collect data, and as we collect data, we learn different ways to collect data and use that data appropriately. So can you maybe describe how, you mentioned the challenges that you face now, how you perceive not only next year but years after in the process of collecting data, and then how you use that information to execute the work that you're trying to do?
Sure, and I thank this council very much because we were all in agreement of the importance of transparency in data collection and demographic information. So when we were here last year before you, we talked about that and talked about really how to get there. And through that, we knew we needed to have a dedicated analyst. And so because of this year's budget process, it just passed where we do get that analyst. And so The analyst for the military equipment use policy and report will be dedicated to providing that data. And this is a little bit of a kind of a corollary or parallel path, but as you know, we've been really working on violence reduction and reducing gun violence. And as part of that, we are PSP grantees, the Public Safety Partnership. We asked for 2 assessments from the federal government, and one of them being our crime analysis, because we know how important it is. We know there's good software and good technology that can help us with that, and we're currently in the process of that assessment. And that's for really citywide data as well. And I think it's going to be very supportive of this process because it'll help us use our tools better, get us the tools that we also need. So what I foresee when we come before you again is, a broader set of data and certainly more demographic data. We've heard what the council has asked for. I'm very much in support of it, and so as soon as we can get that person hired, we will work and work at looking at the metrics, just like Deputy Chief Leong said, like, how are we counting to make sure that we're consistent in each of our assessments of each and every use of this. Because I would like to clarify that many of the uses of this equipment do not involve any kind of force. We have this equipment so that we can reduce the potential for any use of force. And so in some areas you may see things that trend up, but the purpose of that is to enforce our de-escalation efforts and to provide time and distance as well as alternatives so that we can reduce confrontations between law enforcement and members of our public.
Thank you, Chief. And I think that's an important point because, we're at the I wouldn't say the beginning stages. We've started this conversation over the last few years about how our department collects data, what communities are being impacted, and not only that, but not only this department, but mutual aid. And so I want us to continue to not only look at how we are using that, but also when mutual aid is, and I brought this up the last time we had this conversation, how our partners, are also using their force when they are part of mutual aid, and vice versa. So, and again, maybe this is more of a question: have we seen any objection from other agencies when we are asked for this information or for mutual aid? And if so, how would we address when we have a conflict with another agency? Because for us, obviously, understanding how other partners are involved is going to be an important piece.
Yeah, and the government code actually applies here and covers a lot of those situations to where your own agency policies apply. So our policies don't change when we extend mutual aid to jurisdictions. And as far as data collection and working with agencies, Norma, do you want to talk about kind of what we're doing with?
Yeah, we added some language on mutual aid and outside agency assistance. So take a barricaded subject if we're out there for 14 hours and we have to switch up our SWAT teams and negotiators and such. So then let's say the sheriff's office responds. They would follow their military ordinance, what they have in policy. So they would bring in their own rifles, equipment that might not be the exact same as being approved here. But as long as our incident commander is in charge of it, we will follow the spirit of our policies as far as use. So, I guess on the extreme, we wouldn't go outside of the general tools that we have that are similar in nature, but maybe different model types.
Thank you, Chief. And I think that's an important tool here because there were questions and concerns that when other departments engaged, they weren't following the same tactics that we were using. So, and that's something that came out of this process, in this community process, to say, look, we want more from our department. The next piece I want to, again, highlight and bring up is the fact that many cities just put this item on their consent calendar, and I think that was a failing for other cities. But I think that this was an important aspect that your department went out, met with community, met with the review commission. I will say that I think we need to evolve how we review, we work with our commission. and definitely have someone from the department available to answer specific questions that may be involved. I think we can answer and get to resolution faster in that, but it's that next step in how we're complying with this new law that's come into place. The last point I'll bring up is that I do think, that technology is going to help us in avoiding lethal confrontation. And I have a different opinion about the use of unmanned aerial equipment, because I think that is a smart way of avoiding physical confrontation that in many cases, in many history points, not only in this department but other departments, has led to either an officer or someone being injured. And I think looking at technology, at ways that we can avoid lethal confrontation, is a better way of addressing an emergency response for not only the public but also the employees within our city. So, while that may have increased, that also may have reduced a potential amount of lethal confrontation. And at the end of the day, I think that is part of the spirit, is making sure that we're avoiding any kind of loss of life in executing the enforcement of the law. So with that, again, I think that I do want to, request that the department continue to work with the Police Review Commission, particularly on their further questions on the use of crowd control. And Deputy Chief Long, thank you for the long conversation we had, because I still have concerns about, how we manage crowd control. And explain to me a little bit, because we moved and we've evolved under your leadership, Chief Lester, a different process and protocol of crowd control. And please explain to me, or not explain to me, but describe a little bit of all the steps now that are necessary in those conversations. Because I think that's the big piece. I want to make sure that if, my son, I take him to a lot of political activities, including, other protests or, marches and whatnot, that you have families involved in these situations. And so I think that's an important conversation that needs to continue to happen, and in conversation with the Review Commission. But please describe the evolution of where we are today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And a couple of things I want to answer. And I think that from listening to some of the questions, what would be really valuable is just to share the First Amendment manual, which we have done, the First Amendment Assembly Manual, because it has been completely revised and reflects current changes in the law as well as current changes in our practices. And we could certainly spend a long time talking about those and, what has been done differently over the last few years. Having said that, Deputy Chief Long has it open right here, but there are certain requirements, and we did provide we did adopt the recommendation from the commission to make sure that we had certain limitations, and we included that. But it's now codified within our law on the different steps that all incident commanders need to take, before there's any type of really physical engagement with any type of, crowd control tools. So with that, let me turn it over to Norm.
So there's a couple things since the George Floyd protests that have occurred. One is we changed our tactics as an agency. And so by that, I mean, we used to put officers on a line, and really without like a objective purpose other than to hold the line or move a crowd. And we kind of forgoed that for more tactical teams to respond to violent incidents, which is consistent with the law changes that have happened at the state level, AB 48, which is now codified in 13652 of the Penal Code. And that, I'm just gonna read a short section because it guides what some of the concern was. Training for crowd control in the use is objectively reasonable to defend against a threat to life or serious bodily injury to any individual, including any peace officer, or to bring an objectively dangerous and unlawful situation safely and effectively under control, and only in accordance with all the following requirements. Those following requirements are 11 requirements the state mandated before we use projectiles or gas in a riot control situation. The last two MEU reports had 0 crowd control related events. So by crowd control, we're talking about a crowd that has become riotous or is endangering life serious bodily harm, and it's in our policy. We amended the First Amendment Assembly Manual in February of 2022, and that's what governs our use now.
And if I could just add, I'm actually very excited about being able to tell the story. I know we send out deployments now after we have any armored vehicle deployment, so we give a synopsis to our council on why we use the equipment. And I think across the board, like when we're talking about our UAS systems, like there's a story to tell there about how that equipment is used to de-escalate and bring situations safely under control. And I would love to be able to share that with the public. So looking forward to that.
Great. Thank you, Chief. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation with the direction that the department continue to work with the Police Review Commission on the conversation about the tactics and evolution on crowd. I think that still needs more. And finally, the second piece is on how we collect data. And the reason I'll say this is I do agree with my colleague that using, the command areas is too broad of an area. I mean, the East Command is very large. I mean, District 6 is extremely large. I think it's the largest district in the city, and I don't think it best articulates where and how the equipment is being used. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. And I only have a few questions. My colleagues have asked most of the questions I wanted to ask, but I just want to be clear on a couple of things. I'm looking at the numbers that I heard as far as community outreach. The 3 meetings that we did, the survey that went out with 101 responses, the interaction with the Police Review Commission and adopting their recommendations. And I'm just looking at getting out to the community and getting the input from them as far as the 1,000 response to the online as well. And when I looked at a statement that I thought I heard you make, it said no complaints of misconduct in reference to the military equipment. So with all that feedback that came back from the public, and the last time we talked about this was September 13th of 2022, we're now 8 days away from being a full year, and we've got no complaints as far as our use of military equipment?
That's correct.
Nothing.
No complaints. And that actually has come up. Actually come up as far as what the process is and accountability. Anytime we have a use of force that meets the reporting requirements, it goes through now a use of force review board, which was a recommendation from DOJ. If there is found to be a violation there, then it is investigated. You can also make a complaint through our Internal Affairs Division. Those are all investigated also as a product of the DOJ report. And any type of misapplication or misuse of any of the equipment or something that would be outside of policy would be subject to the same types of rules and terms of any other violation of department policy. And I know everyone knows this, but OPSA does have the ability and the authority to review all of those internal affairs cases and complaints of misconduct. They're also an avenue for people to make complaints if they don't feel comfortable going to the police department, and so they have full oversight of our process.
I heard you say that the equipment was used 795 times and that there were 18 suspects that were where use of force was used. Can you speak to that?
Norm, you want to talk?
So there was 849 total uses, not including one that was on a dog that was attacking officers. So the 849 uses, there was 18 suspects where military equipment was used on them. I already mentioned the other majority of uses were the PA system, the drones, and the armored vehicle.
So do you feel that in the use of the equipment that having the equipment did exactly what you wanted, or you need something different in order to accomplish the goals?
You know, I think, as technology evolves, constantly looking at better ways to do our job and to provide, options for officers. And, when we look at different tools, it goes through really an analysis, and we do a lot of research before we try and adopt anything new. I can tell you when we were looking at the unmanned aerial systems, that was a big lift because a lot of agencies didn't do it, but we really believed it was going to be effective, and we really believed that it could help save officers and members of our public, and it's proven to be just that. So I think that you do have to be forward-thinking when you're looking at new technology. So what we have now, it's tough. We come before you once a year with kind of where we are and what we think we need, and if we don't, if we don't hit the mark, we have to really wait, an entire year with certain exceptions before we come back. So we really do try and look forward to see, kind of what's out there. But I can tell you that we're very careful and cautious and thoughtful when it comes to employing new technologies and new tools.
And I think the quarterly audits, once we implement the quarterly audits, that will help us to have a conversation more than just one time a year. So when we get to this point, we're not having this level of conversation. We have more information because we've talked about it more frequently. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've been listening to this carefully, and I'm of two minds. On the one hand, the state law is very, very important. The legislature wants to see cities account for these major decisions that are made. I also don't believe that it's our role here to micromanage every single purchase that the police department makes. I'm going to ask you to leave if you do it one more time. You're rude. You constantly disrupt. You have your chance to speak. I'm going to have my chance to speak. You might learn something, too, about effective advocacy because yours is not. Okay, let me finish my point, please. I don't think it is our role to micromanage every single purchase. We're not the experts when it comes to various kinds of ammunition. Certainly the Rook was a high-profile issue which was brought before us, and we had to consider that, and it was a challenging vote for all of us, and reasonable people disagreed. Fair enough. So the fact that you are using all this equipment that has been approved, by the way, through the appropriate budget process and through separate votes like the Rook vote does not bother me in terms of this process. The reason, though, I asked about whether or not we could divide the question of whether or not we approve the policy for what you have and what you aim to keep, and your request for new and additional purchases is because when I read the report, there are some things that concern me about, let's just say, the specificity and the accuracy of the department's own inventory when it comes to equipment. And let me give you some examples here. I begin on page 3 of the report, in which you report that the department wants to continue to have what's known as a crushable foam round, and you found that you had 531 items, and yet you had only reported 96 items. When it came to the issue of liquid barricade penetrator rounds, again, I don't choose to judge the efficacy of what it takes, but it troubles me that SPD was in possession of 176 items of the above, and that you only reported 50. But here's where it gets even more troubling. One more, the 40-millimeter round muzzle blast. You reported 47 items, and yet you had 98 items in your inventory, so you have more than what it is you're reporting. But here's where it gets more interesting and maybe more relevant to tonight's discussion, not about approving the policy, but about whether or not tonight we should approve your request for new equipment, especially since the attorney has told us that with more information, we could come back on that item if we chose. So again, I don't know, I'm not the expert on what a grain rifle round is, but the term is used several times. And on page 7 of the report, it's reported that SPD was in possession of 28 cases of the 308 Win 168 grain rifle round, and that you only reported 8 cases. And then there is the Ruag Swiss P 308 Win Tactical. That one is more troubling. You reported 9 boxes of the above, and you were in possession, actually, the department was in possession of 99 boxes. I mean, 11 times the amount. And so then I go to page 12 of the report, and there are 2 pieces here. You are requesting, excuse me 1 second here. You are requesting 223 caliber 62 grain rifle rounds, 400 cases, 500 rounds per case. Now I understand that may be a different grain rifle round than the ones that I cited, but it begs questions here. In other words, you're coming to us, I don't want to micromanage, but you are coming to us with a lot of requests for something for new, which is a different decision than approving what you already have. And yet there are significant discrepancies in terms of what you report. So why shouldn't we wait for several weeks until we get a fuller report? Not that I want to go through this again, by the way. Right. I understand the theory of the Band-Aid. But why is it that we would, in terms of our oversight role, that we should not ask more questions about the new purchase given some of these discrepancies?
Yeah, fair question, right? And we knew coming forward we had a number of discrepancies, and the difference being that last year a physical audit didn't take place. I think the difficulty is when this law came into place, our agency was not unique in this, but knowing exactly what was in stock because it had never really been tracked across a department. And so we did the best we could last year, and then when we had sufficient staff, and I really do compliment the team here for last year and this year, when they found those discrepancies, we've been very transparent and very forward about sharing those because we don't want it ever to appear that we're trying to keep something from the public. So that just being said, I want to make sure that that is really the purpose. I can also say—
I don't believe it's intentional. I just think it's— But there needs to be, especially when you're requesting something new, there ought to be some reconciliation of some of these discrepancies.
Sure, and that's why we conducted physical audits to know where we are. And I believe that we have a very good understanding of the amount that is in our stock. Having said that, though, we know we're not perfect. And, like I said before, and I mentioned it, I know at Budget and Audit and earlier today, we are not trained auditors. And as soon as we found the first discrepancy, it was just an omission from last year's report, I did talk to the city manager and request that we reach out to the city auditor for 2 things. 1, because it's going to make us better if we have a better process. 2, certainly our staff has spent a lot of time, a lot of staff hours doing physical audits, and I know there is a better way to be more accurate and to be able to report back on that, which is why we will be conducting quarterly audits. To answer your second question, knowing really where we are, we do have a need for this type of equipment and for replenishment because we do a significant amount of training as well. And so we need to make sure that we have officers and employees that have current training and we're using the appropriate equipment, the same equipment that we would use in the field. So, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, but just another one because I know I referred to ammunition, but part of the new request were rifles, something that I noticed. And so, I thought to myself, in preparing for this hearing, again, it doesn't seem like it's my job here to determine how many rifles a modern police department needs. I mean, my feelings about guns, I wish all guns would go away. That's my opinion, but I don't support disarming the police department. I'd love to get rid of everything, but that is not happening in modern times. And so it's not my job, it seems to me, to determine how many rifles you have or don't have, but then I look at page 2 of the report, and it talks about the Colt 6920 series patrol rifle. And it says that the audit determined that SPD is in possession of 200 items of the above that were inadvertently omitted from the 2022 report. No items were purchased. Items were discovered after a change of audit procedure, and then you're asking for more rifles now. So what up? So the 200. I mean, this is part of, for those of us who vote for every police budget and support the men and women in uniform. This is sometimes what's hard to square with some of the critics, right? Is that we're supposed to take it on good word, and then if we don't, of course, we're at risk of being accused of not being supportive of law enforcement, and yet these sort of differences are not really explained. At the same time, we're asking for more equipment, more rifles, more ammunition.
Well, I can tell you, I'm always going to be honest with you. And when we find these mistakes, we're going to come forward and share them. But I do think that going to quarterly reporting and being able to physically audit as well as improving our audit procedures due to the size and the scope of our department, certainly not intentional, as you know, to omit these things. But you do raise a good question. Why do you need more? And how do we know?
And, I'm sorry. I'm just going to ask again. So, I don't mean to interrupt. Go. You finish, Chief. I'm sorry.
Okay. You're the mayor.
No, I'm not. You're the chief. So you go.
But having said that, I asked the same questions, and I know our team really thoughtfully took a look. And one of the things that we have to do is try and make a prediction on what we think we'll need. Like Deputy Chief Leong said, we don't necessarily need to purchase everything, but we have one chance to come in front of you and try and essentially make an estimate of what we could potentially need. With the quarterly audits, what I would offer would be this. As we move forward and we do purchase equipment, and certainly I appreciate your statement about not wanting to micromanage police operations, but you do have a role in oversight and ensuring that we're doing things accurately. We'd be happy to share the purchases as we move forward, so you don't have to wait for a year, and we can tell you kind of exactly where we are and what we're doing.
I mean, as Mr. Israel said, we're not prejudiced. You're not prejudiced if we don't approve. Because one of the things Deputy Chief Leong said is that you want to buy in bulk, for example, the ammunition because you're getting a better price now.
Yeah.
I respect that's rational to me, but on the other hand, on balance, maybe you don't have to buy in bulk. I mean,
it's not bulk. It's just the current contract, and maybe
under the current contract.
Yeah, and maybe Chief Leong.
These are all your internal reasons, but then But what isn't, don't come, this is what I would ask you. and this is where the partnership really needs to come into play. Please don't come forward to us asking for things that you don't absolutely need when you need them. Because it's, yes, it's political if that's what you want to, if that's the term you want to use, right? But it is your convenience around buying off the existing contract, that's rational. But is it overriding, given that all of these issues cause so much controversy? I know we rip the Band-Aid, we always do the right thing, but I wonder whether or not, for example, this request for more ammunition could be folded into the budget process. You fold it into the budget process, and then it's part of the budget that we're voting on, and it becomes a regularized thing as opposed to hooking it onto this.
Well, I don't know that we can necessarily wait until the budget process. That is a year out. I think we can certainly look at alternatives and maybe providing better justification on the amount and the reasons that we are making these purchases. And it's not a matter of convenience. It's really a matter of trying to be efficient with our staff time and making correct projections for potentially what we could need and what we could be using. And, we understand this is a controversial item. Every time we come back before council, it's certainly an impact to the council, it's an impact to our city attorney's office, impact to staff. So we try and get it right when we come before you. And that's why we've put so much work into getting this item before you tonight. With that, let me have Norm just address a few things with the new inventory that we're asking to procure and give some more details.
Yeah, Mayor, I want to stress that the 7 items that are new, additive to what we have, none of those are audit issues. So Two of the items are OC type rounds. They supplement our CS rounds. So CS rounds operate on half the population. When we have a barricaded subject and that gas does not work on them, we can try the OC version of those. That's what we're asking for. The baffle canister grenade, last year we got approved the launching cup to utilize it. We thought we included the actual canister grenades, but we neglected to put that in. And so we already had purchased it last year, thought it was in the report, didn't make the final version of the report. The 40-grain frangible rifle training round has to do with preserving our barrels of our SWAT rifles, and that round is safer also to utilize in training in close quarter. The three drones, one is for our media specialist who was using his own personal drone, which we said didn't fit our policy, and he had to discontinue utilizing that. And so it's for the use of those community events and stuff like that where we want to get footage. The two other drones that we're asking for are drones that we want to test out to see if they can replace existing drones. One of them could replace two types of drones. And so that's where the other council member had talked about, are you always looking at like new and better and what works best? And we believe that these models might be better versions of the current ones we have.
I understand, but I mean, pocket tactical blue smoke grenade, you reported in 2022 that you had 11 canisters and it turned out you had 51. I don't know, we need more. So you mentioned canisters. I'm trying to figure it out.
Some we miscounted, and I'll tell you how the miscounts happened. Some were off spreadsheets, some were in bags that until we did the physical audit, we didn't find. But each one has different purposes. And if you'd like, I'd bring the SWAT commander up and he can talk about the various uses. But we're not asking it for just because we want something new. We're trying to get the best tools to be effective at what we need to do to safely resolve things. We send the armored deployments. You see how many of those, almost all the ones I've sent, have resolved peacefully with surrender. And it only happens when we have the right equipment. I will stress that we have to provide the equipment if we expect our officers to de-escalate and buy time. And a lot of this stuff does that. None of them were using crowd control this last 2 years.
You didn't hear me argue about crowd control or ideology or anything. I'm not questioning as much as some other members, respectfully, that those issues. I'm asking about why we say yes to everything you ask for. Why? I mean, I'm asking, why in this situation, when you have these discrepancies, should we say yes to all these requests for new equipment? It is not about crowd control for me.
No, and for the replenishment requests, the number in our inventory that is considered when we are asking for the amount for replenishment. And, you know, we have a chart where we can map everything out and explain what that use would be for. And if it's helpful for the council, I'm happy as we make these purchases throughout the year to explain why we made the purchase and to share that. And you'll know exactly, you know, what was purchased and why.
Okay.
And that way there's no confusion, or we're not stockpiling in any way, and we can report back more often, because I agree with some of the comments of our council here that a year is a long time to wait, and I think there might be a better way to just share that information. You know, we talk about how open we are and how we do want to be transparent. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Laloe and then Talamantes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that information, Chief. So I have a few questions. The title of this is military equipment. What percentage of these items are actually used by our military?
We have some military surplus rifles that are aging out, which is why we've asked for some replacements here. But this is not military equipment. It's not military grade nor used by the military. It's just the name that was given to the legislation that moved through. But this is not equipment that's used by the American military.
Great, thank you. Also, just to kind of piggyback on one of my colleagues that asked these questions. So there were 849 total use. When we talk about these equipments, based on your experience and the force's experience, are you seeing that less of a lethal equipment is being used when we're substituting for some of these items?
Yes, we are seeing a trend upward in, well, maybe not the less lethal, but when we're looking at drones, when we're looking at the PA system, the LRAD, as we had described, and then our armored vehicle and our armored vehicle deployments. Yes, we are seeing an increase in those, but I would like to mention that's not, it's not like we're flying those around through neighborhoods. When we get a call for service or we have a reason to be there and we have a legal obligation to resolve a situation, these are tools that we use to bring in to help resolve those issues. So, if that helps clarify, we are very proactive about their use, but we also have a very significant business reason for their use.
Great. And also to kind of follow up what the mayor stated, Chief, when it comes to the inventory, these are not, whiteouts or packages of paper that we can miscount. Correct. Or not have a count of every single piece of item. That gets me a little bit concerned when we don't know exactly, for example, how many canisters we have. As I said, these are, some very high-grade products. So, and I congratulate you to reach out to our city auditor and say, hey, we need help. And maybe this is something else that you can extend that hand of help to make sure that this inventory is kept perfect. I mean, I run a business. We have 32,000 items. We have an inventory. We can keep items within maybe 2% of, plus or minus. But that's how you run again, I'm not questioning.
I don't disagree with you at all. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of yours, and you know that. But there's still things that we can do to improve our department, right? So I'm not a big, let's take this away from the police department or any of that rhetoric. But I am very big on police reform. And what I've always tried to allude that I want to have a very strong police force, but I also want a police force that I can hold accountable to. So when we talk about, communities and, lack of trust, having a perfect data and transparency, that definitely helps. Having police officers more involved with community members, that definitely helps. Seeing a police vehicle that's driving, 45 miles an hour within a district, that doesn't help with that bond between the police department and the residents. I definitely would love to get together with you. Some of my community leaders, they've had some great ideas of how we can narrow out this gap. But based on what I'm hearing, again, I want to thank you for reaching out to the city auditor. That's definitely a plus. And I think there's a motion on the table, and I would like to second that motion moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Talamantes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the RAVE system. I know that we use it to inform people if we are using military equipment. It's in their neighborhoods. And so my question is, how many people are signed up for it, and how do people go about it?
Oh,
I don't.
Not sure.
I don't have the number on how many people are signed up for it. It's a county-wide system, and we kind of bought into their system. We are planning a push at your recommendation to highlight how to sign up for it because it is a newer system. We transition to this system, and so we'll do a media push. We're going to contact the OES to see if they utilize the same system. As we enter wintertime, it'd probably be a good time to do that. So I have a meeting this week to talk about that.
And we can get you the exact numbers. When we transition from Everbridge over to RAVE, our comm center tracks that, so I can find that out for you.
Yeah, I think that's really important. If you see a tank or a rook or whatever it may be on your street, and that way we can do a mass text, a mass call, whatever it may be. People need to be informed about what's going on, and they get worried.
Oh, yeah.
Is my neighborhood safe? And so having more people sign up and with our help to help promote it and have people sign up is important to me. Demographic information on where equipment is deployed, along with zip codes, is also important to me. I know our police areas aren't divided by zip codes, so it will make it tough for the new data analyst, but it's necessary. And I think it's important to take a stab at it. And so with that being said, I do ask you to complete the hire of this new analyst as soon as possible. It seems like data is the number one thing that people want to see before making decisions. And so we got to be better at that. And so working with HR to hire someone as soon as possible will be important for us as decision makers. And I know some of my colleagues already mentioned this, but I want to confirm, is there anything on this list of equipment that will be used for crowd control or for protest?
Potentially, yes. We haven't had any use in the last 2 years, but a lot of our less lethal equipment is included in this list, and it is authorized for use during First Amendment events. However, the First Amendment events have to rise to the level of really criminal activity. And then there are the 11 criteria per the government code, which all agencies in California are required to meet before the use of any of that equipment.
Okay. And, I support de-escalation and equipment that is less lethal. That way we don't have face-to-face interactions, and that way we can keep people safe from afar. Is there, like, a chart or a graphic of, in order lethal to less lethal that we can show the public in regards to equipment that the police uses for scenarios that we can present in the future? I don't know if that exists.
To talk about like the types of frequently used equipment, I mean, we certainly included everything that was considered military equipment in our report, but I can talk to the training division and see what's potentially out there that we could share, because we certainly have common equipment that we carry in the field, and that I think would probably be what you were
kind of like a little pie, like a chart of like less lethal, what police officers use, and then moderate, and then severe. Like just giving people an understanding of like what tools you have in your toolbox to be able to de-escalate things is really important, along with, as we purchase items for the equipment for the police department, what would raise flags for the community and would create distrust, and just having a better understanding of that for the community is important to me.
We can certainly, if you have a meeting or a group, we are certainly happy to have our subject matter experts and our team meet and go through any questions that they have and show them the equipment as well. We've done that in the past.
Okay, and then I know the mayor mentioned having you potentially come back with more information on the new purchases that the police department has and that you have requested for this meeting. If that were the scenario, how long would it take you to bring that back? Because, as he also mentioned, like the last thing that we want to do is not give you equipment to be safe and to be able to do your jobs. We're not on the streets every day, and I don't know what to do. I wouldn't know how to do your job, so sure. I don't want to tell you, hey, you shouldn't have a computer, you shouldn't have a pencil, whatever it may be. So how long would it take you to come back?
Thank you for that, too.
If council wants, I have all the data here and can go through every single item of what we currently have, what our yearly expenditure is, why we're asking for it. I can go over every single item tonight. I have the data here. More time is not going to yield more data. We've done the best audit we could this year with what we have, and we think we have a good product. We overestimated in some cases of what's field deployed to account for what we didn't do last year. And so if you would like, I'll go through each item.
And Norm, maybe I can ask the question a different way. Of the request here tonight for a little over $300,000, how much of that can be attributed to the new purchases? Is it a third? Is it a half? Is it?
Oh, he has that.
Well, all of it. So the new purchases. So 112,000 is the ammunition out of the 360. It's actually about 285,000 minus taxes and shipping. So it gets to 360 with the additive of those things. So when you look at, sorry. Where's that? No, right here. The replenishment equals 165,000. The new replacement, so getting rid of something and then getting something to replace it, is 84,000, and then the new additive stuff is 33,000.
So your request, Mayor, is that?
I mean, it's not about the money. It really, to me, it's not about the money. It's about there's some element of trying to figure out how we come together here. You heard Graciela talk a little bit about the process. I mean, I wish there was some way to come together here, because I'm ready to vote for the policy, and I'm very uncomfortable because of your own audit approving tonight the new items, even though it's not a lot of money. But it's about properly exercising our oversight role. I don't know that there are the votes, whether there are 5 votes to do that, for example, whether or not the members who are opposed to the policy period would be interested in splitting it that way. I'm not trying to cause a problem here. I just am. I've supported every single thing, but I also want there to be as much of a coming together as possible, and I feel uncomfortable with the $380,000, not for the money purposes, but because you've got stocks of ammunition that weren't accounted for. You have 200 rifles that were not accounted for. The case has got to, the case got to be made.
I think I might be able to offer a solution
Okay.
because I agree and I understand why you're uncomfortable. I don't disagree with your feelings on this at all because, we want to be as accurate as possible. We clearly, can do better. So a couple of things. One, we have asked the city auditor to come in and help us. And we've been in discussions and I think that they're going to be able to see things that maybe we don't see as far as process improvements. That, as you know, will be a very public process. When they come forward and they report back, I know that they're going to find things that are going to help us, and I'm happy to share those. We already, I think, took the first step in trying to be more accurate. So the first report that we did was based on our internal databases and where we stored all of this equipment, not really knowing what our baseline was. And so this team went out and conducted physical inspections of the entire department and got a much better idea of where we are. And that's where you see, the information, the changes in front of you. And I think that is a very accurate picture of where we are. So I think moving forward, one, we do know that we want to continue to conduct physical audits, and not just once a year, but we want to do those quarterly. And as these are, like you said, it's not about the money. This isn't a significant amount of money to replenish and replace some of the equipment. And I'm happy to share as we move forward with council exactly what we're buying, when we're buying it, and what it's for to give a better picture as we move through this process.
Before you actually buy it?
We would have to do a procurement process, so I can certainly, share that, and then find a mechanism, working with our city manager's office to do that, because there's no secrets here. There's nothing that we're trying to hide. Obviously, trying to do what we need to do in the most efficient way. Then I'm certainly happy to justify the purchases.
Okay. I'm not asking for a separate vote on each of the purposes by any means, but before it's purchased, I would like, at least as mayor, to know what the items are and to be able to have that discussion. And if it's something that I'm uncomfortable with based upon, what I saw here tonight, I would suppose I'd have the right to agendize it myself. Not that I would, but I don't know. Trying to do the right thing here.
And I'm happy to, certainly there's no reason the public shouldn't know. I mean, we've been very open with this process and what we have. And so looking for ways to really do a better job and share that publicly, we're very much in support of that.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to note, I know that there's increase in gun violence in Sacramento and just across the nation. And that's something to just be cautious about. So I do support the quarterly audits and would love for the city manager to make sure that that gets placed on the agenda on a timely manner. I know that we have a lot of important issues in the city of Sacramento, but when we say we're going to do something and say, hey, it's coming back in 90 days, we got to make sure that we're intentional about it. And if that means we're pulling 20-hour council days, then that's what we're doing. Because we got to make sure that we stick to our word. And then obviously just continuing to work with the Sacramento Police Review Commission on addressing recommendations and data with the new staff person. I know that's going to be helpful. That's about all the questions that I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take long because I really appreciate all my colleagues. They were extremely thorough, and I want to echo many of what they said in directions and transparency. And thank you, Mayor, on bringing up on the audit and Chief actually discussing it, because that was the one question I hadn't actually heard was, okay, so you discovered a lot of discrepancies. How do we make sure that there's transparency moving forward and we address those discrepancies? So, you know, it's one thing that this year you've discovered, because officers aren't inherent auditors, and you have to learn new processes and procedures. So, you know, it's one of those things that we know now. It's been presented to us, but I would hope that we don't see these same mistakes, because there should be training. We shouldn't see this again. I know, and I want to just encourage the increased outreach that has already been started, and how can we work in more alignment with the Police Review Commission and transparency, all the things that you are already working on. This isn't perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. And so I want to echo the motion and the second that was already made on the table, and I believe we should end up and see where the votes are on this.
Yeah. All right. That's it.
And if I could make just one comment, because I think it's really important. I know that, you know, we recognize the work of our team when we started the presentation. It's been a long time. But our policy team, and under the guidance of Acting Captain Shirashi, have done a fantastic job really partnering with the commission, working through the recommendations, counting this like manually to make sure that we could come forward with the right information. And I just really appreciate that. Nobody wants to come in front of their elected body and say, hey, we missed something, but good for them for finding it and bringing it to our attention so that we could share it publicly. And I just wanted to make sure that that was recognized. So thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second with direction. And again, including Chief Lester's agreement to bring back or at least inform the council before any of these additional purchases are made, with enough time to be able to speak to it if necessary. Call the roll.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Laloe.
Aye.
Councilmember Talamontes.
I'll pass and I'll wait to come around.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
No.
Councilmember Maple.
No.
Vice Mayor Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Vang.
No.
Councilmember Talamontes.
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Yes. Yes, 6-3. Okay. That closes that item. Thank you. That concludes the public's business for tonight. We do have council ideas and questions and council items that, public testimony for items not on the agenda, and council ideas and questions.
The first member signed up to speak is Councilmember Talamontes. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you. These are for announcements, correct?
Correct. This is council comments, ideas, and questions.
Perfect,
ready.
perfect.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Want to let the public know about 916 Day, and I want you to come out and celebrate with us for 916 Day in District 7. It's going to take place this Saturday at William Land Park. I think you know that at William Land Park, over 70 trees were lost due to the severe winter storms in January, and we're asking the public to come help us to replant these trees and spread the mulch and on the existing trees, plant the new ones, and make sure that that park gets back up to where it was before the storms. You can check in at 9 a.m. at the Mayor Ann Rudin Peace Pond. So come on out. Once again, that's this Saturday at 9 a.m. That's the time we're going to start. We also have Trucks and Such. Our September Trucks and Such is coming on Friday, September the 15th at Garcia Bend Park in the Pocket neighborhood. We ask you to bring your families, your blankets, your chairs, and join us for an evening of live music, delicious food provided by Sac Mofo food trucks, and great company from all your constituents in the District 7 area. We hope we see you there. Come on out. And then finally, the Elks Lodge Farmers Market is ongoing every Saturday morning from 8 to 1 p.m. You can shop the large variety of fresh and organic foods, as well as bakery goods, fresh flowers, candles, local honey, and much, much more. Again, bring your families and your dogs if you want, and enjoy live music and the food truck. We're at the intersection of Riverside Boulevard and Florin Road. That's the Elks Lodge Farmers Market. You can check my social media pages for more information about everything mentioned here tonight in District 7. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jennings. I'll skip myself here as the presiding officer and go to Mayor Pro Tem Maivang.
Thanks. Just a few announcements. I wanted to announce that our first health and wellness fair is happening this Saturday, September 9th from 11 to 3 at Rosa Parks Elementary. And SAVE, our Sacramento Alliance for Vaccine Equity, is actually a coalition of 20-plus community-based organizations that came together during the pandemic to launch the vaccination clinic at Pinnell. And we actually have been meeting bi-weekly to talk about how do we move beyond the pandemic to ensure that we uplift all of our families. And so we meet bi-weekly, and this is our first big event. It's our Safe Health and Wellness Fair, so encouraging all of y'all to come out to that. That's at Rosa Parks, 2250 68th Avenue. And then also, I think many of you have heard our commissioners, our park commissioners are leading the 916 day where we're planting trees and doing beautification projects at our parks. In particular, the vice chair of our parks commissioner, Janine Gaines, and our office is hosting 916 day at Valley High Park on Saturday, September 16th from 9 to 12 o'clock. We're going to be painting benches, repainting the backboard of the baseball diamond, spreading mulch and planting trees. So come out for that. You can register for this event at www.heartandhustle.org 916 day. And then lastly, this will be our third South Sac annual festival. We move it around through our district, but this year we're going to have it at Shasta Park. That's at 7407 Imagination Parkway. And that's going to happen at Shasta Park. Those are my updates.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Temp. Let's bring this over to Council Member Maple in District 5.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of really exciting things going on this week, but the two that I want to bring up is on Thursday morning. I'll be doing a ride-along with our city-county partnership team. I think it's really important that I see, hands-on what's actually happening, how those. So I'm really excited about that because I know those teams are working really hard and we're working on staffing them up. So excited to see that firsthand. And then on Saturday, join us for the Brazilian Day Street Festival. We're super excited. It's taking place in Oak Park on 4th Ave between 35th and 36th Streets. It's going on from noon until 6 p.m. and it's going to be a lot of fun, great food, dancing, and fun for everyone. So come on by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Maple. Councilmember Jennings, are you punched up again, or are you just okay? Let me move this over to Councilmember Talamantes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Walk with Councilmember Talamantes is this Thursday at the Community Center, inspired by Mayor Pro Tem Vang, who has very successful walks with seniors. And then on Saturday, the Garland Northgate Community Association is doing a park cleanup at Garland Park, so invite community members to join us. And I would like to make an ask to the city attorney and city clerk to no longer do Zoom public comment and phone calls for the time being. So at the next meeting to just read it into the record if possible.
Assistant City Manager, can you note that for the City Manager and City Clerk? If we could note that request with our City Attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and that's it.
Councilmember Kaplan.
I want to echo the request that Councilmember Talamantes just indicated. Have this apply to City Council. We should take some time. I'll have PP&E maybe look at it for boards and commissions, but right now let's encourage people to come back while still allowing it with boards and commissions if that's okay with everybody else. And then just want to announce, due to community demand, we've extended our farmers market through the end of September, so it's going to go 2 additional weeks at North Natomas Regional Park every Saturday.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Kaplan. Assistant City Manager, please note that for the City Manager, Madam Clerk, and Madam City Attorney, if you can note that request from Councilmember Kaplan. I believe that same request was made earlier by Councilmember Laloe as well. Okay, is that it, Councilmember Kaplan? Thank you very much. All right, District 6, we've got a couple of events here. I want to invite everyone out to the Family Justice Center 8th Annual Celebration of Hope at the Center on Friday, September 8th at 5:30. You can reach out to our great Faith Whitmore for any information about the event. We're helping out those survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, elder abuse, and child abuse. We appreciate all the work that they've done out there. Thank you, Chief Lester, for your support in that effort as well. Also, want to remind folks, 916 Day, we're holding it a day early at 915 Day. Over on September 15th, we're going to do our park beautification at Oakey Park. We're going to have the Oakey family recognition there as well, who committed so much to that community. We're going to start off at 5 o'clock. We'll do some tree plantings, some tree mulching. We have our local firefighters that are going to be cooking some hot dogs for our volunteers. And then to cool off after a long day of work on 916 Day, we're going to have movie night right there at Oakey Park. So we'll be showing Sonic 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, a favorite of my son's as well. So come out and join us on 916 Day on 915 at Oakey Park at 5 o'clock for some good work and some good movies. Then movie night and our office hours at Tahoe Park on September 22nd, Friday. We're going to be showing Little Mermaid on the 22nd, so we encourage you to come out. We're going to have different departments. In the past, we've had Streets for Peeps at our events. We're going to find out who we got. You know, I love Streets for Peeps. They've been great. I love the DOT program there to find out where we can improve our biking and pedestrian. But we'll find out if we can get them there for the 22nd. But do come because we're going to have our movie night that night as well. And I do have a question and request for the city manager. One, we understand the TRO has been in place, but we had prior to the TRO scheduled visitations and also action on Stockton and 21st Avenue and San Francisco Boulevard. The conditions in there have become much more critical now that school has started. The library is a place for our local students who are coming out of Mark Twain, West Campus, Tahoe, to be able to go after school. It is no longer safe to do that. The conditions there were the sidewalks. Now you have to walk into the bicycle lane and the bike lane to be able to walk through in order to get to the park. And then the condition to get to the supermarket has also become very difficult. So, Mr. City Manager, Assistant City Manager, where are we in addressing the Stockton Boulevard, San Francisco, and 21st Avenue Perry Way location?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can put that in the context of a brief update on our homeless response. So the TRO has been lifted. It expired September 1st or midnight then. So we're moving forward with the implementation of our protocols, which we presented to Council on August 1st. The IMT team has been stood up. We had outreach teams, code enforcement teams, PD impact teams, park ranger teams deployed throughout the city as of September 1st when the TRO was lifted. We're doing it in the manner that we presented in the protocols, and it includes those areas that you talked about. As a matter of fact, last week we had outreach engagement. Even under the TRO, we were able to do outreach engagement, and we resolved a lot of those issues with our outreach teams. We were able to get voluntary compliance, and we did move about 5 individuals from those areas that you mentioned, Vice Mayor, to Miller Park, and we are going to continue to implement our protocols that we mentioned with all areas that we have those conditions. Today, we were focused at Alhambra and W, and the PD impact team at least was focused there, along with code enforcement and along with our DCR. We did move 2 individuals from that location to Miller Park as well. So all of the locations that we have been receiving 311 requests for and council constituents' requests, we are feeding through the IMT team, and they're doing the triage in accordance with the protocol, and we're going to get to them and prioritize them as best as we can using the rapid response that we talked about, right? The smaller encampments, medium-sized encampments, we're going to get code compliance as best as we can, and the larger encampments like Alhambra and W, we do it in a coordinated fashion. So we did, we're implementing the protocols as we speak.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. I just can't stress enough the necessity to move prudently and and effectively in that area. It has impacted Lawrence Park, and folks from the Lawrence community have reached out to me asking, can we find support? I appreciate Miller Park being location. I know Hope Cooperative is working on the Power End project, but that's still ways away. But I think we need to make sure that both Lawrence Park, Colonial Park, and Tahoe Park, all in that area that are being impacted, we have to be able to respond to that. So I'd like to get an immediate update on where we are as the week progresses. And I do appreciate our city-county team that have been out there both trying to sign up people for SP. I will correct the city, our mayor, that I am another person that brings up FSP all the time, trying to get more people signed up to FSP. But he's not here to defend himself. But yeah, exactly. FSP, yeah, okay. But more importantly, I just can't stress enough the condition of safety and the condition that we are in now that school has started and the library is, in my opinion, critical infrastructure that needs to be protected. So thank you, Assistant City Manager. With that, seeing no further council comments, Madam Clerk, let me bring this over to you on matters not of comments from the public, matters not on the agenda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have 8 speakers in chambers and 13 online. The first is Caesar Nelson, Gerald Landreth. I see a lot of people have left. So if I read your name, please come up.
Yep. Feel free to line up.
Caesar Nelson. I don't see Caesar. Jared Landreth. Then Rebecca Sandoval.
Well, I've been here, I think, 2 weeks ago. And the problem that I have is the homeless issue that's out there on Altos Avenue and El Camino is really out of control. There's tents everywhere. Now at my daughter's place, because I moved up here from Brentwood, which does not have any homeless, 0. But anyways, once I moved up here 3 months ago, there wasn't any tents in front of our house. Now there's 4 tents. And the problem that I have with the people, I have people that are to the right of us who are in their 60s. I think when he's a vet or whatever, I've talked to him because I'll go out and I'll talk to the homeless and see what they're doing. And they're nice people. They don't cause any problems, but we got 2 tents in front of us now that these people come in. There's been 35 cars in the last month, come and go all night long. And then they come and blast their music at like 2 o'clock in the morning when my daughter's trying to sleep. She has a full-time job, and she's pregnant right now, and she doesn't need that at all. So, I mean, the police department knows me by now. I've called them several times. They've come out and gotten rid of some of the cars that are parking up on the grass where the bike trail is, which I have no idea why there's even any tents out there in the first place. It's a residential area. So it just needs to be cleaned up out there. It really does. I mean, it's out of control. And there's just stuff all over the trails, and people have barbecues out in the middle of the trails. They have bikes out in the middle of the trails. And it's just a dangerous situation because there's kids that are down there, you know, that walk down that trail. Me, I would never have my kids walk down that trail. It's too dangerous. They actually had a pipeline down there where they had to have the police department to come out because the people doing the pipeline were getting attacked by the homeless people. So it's a big issue out there, and it just needs to be addressed. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowe, I think you punched up.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for coming in. Mr. Assistant City Manager, these issues are very important. You and I, we've talked about them numerous times. It's time for the city to be more reactive. We have to enforce our policies. And the lack of enforcement is literally making certain districts, in particular marginalized districts, to really get impacted. And for the residents, these are predominantly Black and brown residents. As much as we come up here and we bark at the police about their actions in those communities, we turn our back with real factors that are actually causing a lot of effect and emotional stress on the residents and businesses. So I urge you to come up with a solution. No district should have 400 RVs in one area. That's lack of management. I urge you to come up with a solution and help the district that's mostly needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Laloy. I do appreciate your concern. I do want to remind the council this is time for public comment. We can provide assistance and direction, but thank you very much for your sincere concern. Madam City Clerk.
Next speaker is Rebecca, then Mary Tapple.
Good evening, Trustee Sandoval. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you. Long evening. I'm trustee with Twin Rivers School District, and in my area we have Garden Valley School, and I'm going to share with you an email I received from a parent from the Garden Valley School. Today on Patio Avenue, an incident between two homeless individuals occurred an hour before students left school. These last few days, I sent information about our concerns to Sergeant Paul Fong and Romeo Mata, Code Enforcement, and Karina Talamontes. I'm concerned for the safety of our children. Is it possible for the district to send the police again? Included in the email were photos of police activity on patio where our children walk past. Many of the children who attend Garden Valley have only one path to school, which is patio. It is very dangerous for them, as homeless encampments are on the street with unleashed dogs, chasing our children to school, behavior by individuals which scares our children and concerns our principal. I fear for our children to have to continuously walk past RVs, as this poses an opportunity for child trafficking. Patio Avenue is the street the Joshua House will be located. Joshua's House draft Good Neighbor policy states there will be an 11 o'clock curfew for residents. There's concern that residents who have been administered drugs like morphine and fentanyl are just a few yards from our school. There's concern regarding the visitors Joshua House will attack, knowing that drugs are being dispersed. Requests for mitigation measures continue to go unanswered. Then today I received another email from the same parent. There is no lighting on Patio Avenue. It is too dark to spot anything that occurs there after dark. There are 3 street lights that none work. Also, I have asked Karina's assistant to inform the construction company working for Joshua House to avoid working when students arrive and leave school. Last week, the city workers were marking utilities while the students were leaving, and it caused plenty of traffic. The concerns of the Garden Valley community
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Mary Tapple, then Charles Faust.
Thank you again, Trustee Sandoval.
Hello, members of the City Council. I have a very strong concern about the northern Sacramento bike trail, and the gentleman spoke earlier about some of the area. I hope this picture works. I have a bunch of pictures. I went there the other day.
Madam Clerk and your team, can we make sure we have this on the screen?
Yes, they'll turn the projector on in the back.
Thank you.
You put it right side up, right? I'm hoping I'm remembering right. There's a whole lot of places where I didn't even want to get close enough to take a photo. For example, a person on a big motorbike, I was afraid he would take offense if I took a photo very close. There were areas which I would describe as more of a gauntlet, where there are people halfway out onto the trail. I'll show you a picture shortly of what looks like a bike shop to me. So with the people shopping out in front, half the trail is blocked. Here's some more of the just general, and you'll notice vehicles. Vehicles have been driving along this bike trail. When I go in my car where I feel safer and look at the bike trail going in a parallel legal road, of course, I find that there's usually big vehicles going and blocking this bike trail completely. And here's another one. Here's another vehicle. Here's another vehicle. I'll skip a few of these pictures. Here's I'll bet you frequent medical calls. The fire department had to respond, and I was only there for about an hour or less. Here's another one of where you can see the trail is partly blocked. This is also frequent. And then there are a whole lot of burn spots. I'll skip to that. There's a whole lot of burn spots. And then there's people trying to set up really crazy electrical stuff on top of this equipment, whether it's washers, dryers, whatever, but it looks like an extreme fire hazard.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Charles Faust, then Anjon Douglas, then Rashawn Reed.
So this is one of the situations going on in one of your guys' safe grounds that you pay a few $1 million a year for. This is just an open hole where the dirty water is
Please
getting
speak
drained.
into the microphone or we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
This is, sorry, all the white hoses are going into an open hole in the ground that's just sewage. The potable water is the blue hose going into the building, which is just sitting in a puddle of dirty water. I can't really reach it too well. And there you go. There's power cables sitting in the same puddle and submerged, which is I mean, Sean, if that was going on any business you had, OSHA would have some issues with that. Like there's, in your guys' safe grounds that you're paying, like I said, millions of dollars for, there's tons of issues like this, whether it's OSHA stuff or health code stuff. And I don't know, stuff needs to be addressed, and it's not being addressed. And I've walked this with some of the people you guys pay to do this stuff, and they don't care. So something needs to change, because this is going to kill somebody. I know that there's been people staying in these camps that have had to be hospitalized for not necessarily food poisoning or, you know, bacterial infections related, or mold and stuff like that related to this, but they've been, you know, hospitalized for dehydration and other stuff, which could be because of stuff like this. Things need to be a little better. Things need to be cleaner.
Thank you for your comments. And John Douglas, Rashawn Reed.
How you doing? I'm Rashawn Reed, and I want to address the issues of what's going on in my community. I don't know if it's District 4, but what's going on in our community is we being as a black paying taxpayer and a business owner, we're being harassed by the city of Sacramento. When I came here, because I have a community functions where I have with homeless feeding, literacy programs, the homeless, and I came with agendas here to bring it. And since I came here to the agendas, I had this police officer, him here coming to my building, attacking me. I'm talking about I fear for my life. He knocks on the door to get at me, where I feel like I want to protect myself from a peace officer. So he's act like he want to put me on a rope and hang me right now. But I'm saying is, I got political science programs where I want to engage with you guys, which is our council members and also the police officers, to teach youth on how to not be against y'all and the police officers, to be able to work together and to want to become police officers and to want to become city council members, mayors, senators, lawyers. So I have programs down there, and I presented it to her to help clean up the name of Howard Chan and Mayor Steinberg, because it's his name in our community. If you was to drop them guys off in our community, you have to call Katie Maple and May Vane to negotiate their safety out of it, because we look at them two as angels, and we know about Katie Valenzuela. She's good people, but she's a little long-winded, but we love her. So, but that's what I'm asking, is to get one chance to, because I have a solution for the homelessness, for the literacy, mental health, all of that, to get one chance to show that I can help the community and help Mario, Laura, and all that with this, instead of attacking me. Give me one chance, and if it don't fail, then send all of the fire department, the police officers, the parking attendant, all these people at me, and then send all these letters about my building. So I'm in with the Asian community. Asians love us, black people love us long time. That's why I'm in an Asian palace building. So I'm the bridge between us, and I'm just asking for help.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. And Keon Bliss is our final speaker in chambers. Then I have 13 online.
$146 recommendations that the Police Review Commission has put together in 5 years. And that includes the 9 additional ones that we've just submitted to you all. You've only approved 1. That was the use of force policy in 2021. The last time we actually presented to this council on any of our recommendations was March in 2022. And that was just on a small batch of 7 recommendations that were from 2020. We have not presented on our 2021 recommendations, which include crowd control and riot response recommendations. We have not presented on our 2022 recommendations, which includes the 13 recommendations on military equipment use that the majority of this council just ignored. There were community comments that were overwhelmingly calling on this body to actually show some real oversight, because the Police Review Commission has absolutely no authority under city code to require PD to do anything. But I keep hearing all of you that voted to approve this policy without any significant changes, any mention or comments on our recommendations specifically or approval of those recommendations, to continue for the PD to continue collaborating with us. And I ask, how? How is the Police Review Commission supposed to collaborate with the police department that is neither required or chooses to attend our regular public monthly meetings? If anybody bothered to respond to our emails, we sent a letter as a body calling on this council to provide clear, no uncertain directives to the police department to attend our meetings. We still have not gotten a response. And here we are now, 5 years later, and another year passed with a military equipment policy that has seen no significant changes, even to your questions and directives.
Thank you for your comments. Our first speaker is Terry. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you, Commissioner Bliss.
Thank you for your comments.
I don't feel like my work is appreciated, and I'm sure that majority of our
Thank you, Commissioner.
don't feel that way either.
I appreciate your comments here. Thank you.
First speaker is Terry.
Hi. My comment is to the military equipment. The female officer said that they are still auditing and current equipment, still finding new equipment, ammunition. And now they want more money, more ammunition. And so my concern is that we have equipment that's not being used, unused, underused, and now they want more money. And the recommendations or the requirements that the council set in 2022, they wholly ignored. Yet you approved this new policy with all this new money without any requisite, without any requirement to adhere to city council rules, without any accountability to the public, to the community. And so I have more of a question as to why. Can you explain why you approved it, knowing that they don't have a clear picture of what they have, what they use, how they use it, and they haven't done any of the work that you require them to use? Why did you approve it? I mean, the financial data is incomplete. The demographic data is incomplete. And they're not in compliance with anything. So if someone on the council could address that, I'd appreciate it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Dylan Hoy-Bianchi is our next speaker. And I have 12 speakers.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I was actually calling in, perhaps surprisingly, to praise y'all for something, in particular to praise Mayor Steinberg. So it's a shame he's not here to hear it, because I think that he has done a great job in cutting off the fucking cowardly Nazis who keep calling in and saying all that bullshit that they've been saying. It's really gross that they decided to keep doing this. But I want to commend Mayor Steinberg in particular for being willing to cut them off and just not let them have a voice in Sacramento City Council. Nazi ideology is a cancer, and it will spread unless you excise it. So I'm glad that he understands that and is willing to prevent it from spreading here. That said, I questioned the purpose of having a decorum officer sit there if the decorum officer has to wait. If the racial slurs are not enough to cut people off, why do you have to wait until after Mayor Steinberg has several times said, cut them off before doing anything? It's disruptive to the process, and it's unfortunate. It causes people who are on the city council to not want to be here, to want to leave, and with good reason. I totally understand why. I wouldn't want to be in that room either. But what's the purpose of having a decorum officer if not to cut off Nazis when they're saying a bunch of racial slurs? It should be immediate. As soon as the first syllable of the slur comes out of their mouth, cut them off. You don't need to wait for Mayor Steinberg to have to listen to that crap, or for the people in the audience to have to listen to that crap. Just cut them off. do your fucking job. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Lambert Davis is our next speaker.
Yes, this is Lambert, and first of all, I want to send a shout out to the Sacramento Bee. I'm a native of Sacramento, and I saw some true journalism the last 2 weeks. A couple of weeks ago, a guy won a lawsuit against the city. It was a settlement lawsuit for over $20-something million, and it was a settlement bias lawsuit. And then I kept reading where the city bought a building from the same guy they settled with. I think it was $7 or $8 million. You could have taken $4 million of that and given it to CORE, and you could have taken that other $4 million and given it to the Bay and Back cheesecakes. And I guarantee you there would have been no scandal. Shame on you for doing something like that. And then the Sacramento Bee, right back at you with great journalism. During Labor Day, they did a story on Howard Chan. And it was very thorough, things I didn't even know. And I found out later that he has like 3 months of vacation, paid vacation a year. He has 5 assistant city managers. And by the way, people should be terminated, because tonight, when you wait for public comments, I didn't hear the city manager's report. People get paid to put the agenda together. That's a violation of the Brown Act. It's also a violation of Proposition 209 when you have quotas just for certain races to receive most of the money in City Hall. Thank you, Sacramento Bee. You're giving true journalism. I personally think the city manager and all 5...
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is PJ.
Yeah, I see that Daryl left. Regardless, would you like to know why you keep getting anti-Semitic comments? You don't take a strong stance against white nationalism. You don't push back against dog whistles meant to discredit and mistreat the minorities in your community. You continue to overfund the police department shown via data to be motivated by racism. You embolden the very people who are anti-Semitic against you because it keeps the systems in place which are inherently white supremacist. But because those white supremacist systems benefit the donors that get you reelected, you refuse to push back in strong enough terms to actually stop this from happening. So no, Sean, the result shouldn't be ending Zoom. It should be pushing back on white supremacy so that it is unquestioned that you did not subscribe to any of its notions, but you don't. Anything less is tacit approval, because at the end of the day, you require certain portions of the white supremacist system in place to ensure that the power continues to be balanced the way you like it to be balanced, which is largely classist in nature and tends to divide along artificial race lines. So make your choice. Either you continue to get these calls or you push back against white supremacy. It's either or, but you can't do both. And also regarding Stockton and 21st, looking at that intersection on Google Maps, it's
Madam City Clerk, please inform the speaker that they must speak within the purview of the jurisdiction.
Perfectly clear and potentially would serve as a place where people
Government
can be
Code
placed to
Section
ensure they could ensure the
54954
quote-unquote
provides that
safety
members of
of
the
your children.
public may address the
Because
council
poor
on
people
items
are
that are within the
inherently
subject
bad,
matter
right,
jurisdiction of the
And they
legislative
are
body.
predominantly minorities,
Please
so
proceed
you're
if you have
tacitly
comments
saying that
within the
minorities are
jurisdiction of the
bad.
city of
Do you
Sacramento.
get that you get how that links in with what I just said? Maybe treat these people with a little humanity. Maybe treat them as though you actually want a solution rather than to just punish them and hope that they disappear or to jail them. Actually put some thought into it and give some suggestions rather than just hoping that the city staff can read your mind. White supremacists and their ilk are described as reactionary, Sean, and you're asking for our city to be more reactionary. See how you're enabling white supremacy?
Thank you for your comments. Richard Wake. Richard Wake.
Yeah, Richard Wake, City Council, District 7. First thing I want to say is, hey, Lambert Davis, send me an email to rwake61@yahoo.com, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about what happened with the Crocker Ranch thing. I used to live in City Council, District 5. Second thing is that I'm going to say I'm in full support of squashing racism and hate whenever that happens. But stopping Zoom comments, what's going to happen is all those people are going to start showing up at City Hall. You know, Councilwoman Kaplan should be very well aware of this happening, because it happened at one of the school board meetings in Natomas when all the lunatics from Project Veritas showed up and disrupted the school board meeting, and the meeting had to be shut down because of them. That's what's going to happen, is all the lunatics are going to show up. No business is going to be done. And my final thought is, again, it was very, very disheartening to see Rebecca Sandoval show up and start slamming Joshua House. Everything that she said and everything that Mike Baker has said about Joshua House to the city council is a big, huge, fat lie. I had a conversation with the woman that is opening Joshua House. Trustee Michael Baker met with them twice. He just didn't like the answers that he got. He's pretending to be a medical expert because he's a manager of an ambulance company and thinks that he knows everything about drugs. Trustee Sandoval's false angst with homeless people and trying to shut down a place that is not a homeless shelter, that is going to be helping cancer hospice patients that are homeless dying with dignity, is an absolute disgrace. Trustee Baker and Sandoval should be completely ashamed of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. James Kopp.
Yeah, James here. If you didn't shut down public comment,
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ian Stewart. Ian, if you'll unmute.
Is it white privilege to be murdered by a bunch of deranged blacks?
Madam Clerk,
Have your children groomed by homosexual
admonish
Jews?
the speaker to speak
Fuck
within
you,
the
you
purview
fucking faggot,
of the,
commie piece of
and if
shit.
not,
You'll never silence
shut
the
him
white
down.
race.
Members,
Hail the order. Fuck you.
Gary L., if you'll unmute.
Yeah, really quick, I just wanted to give a shout out to the GDL and the Blood Tribe for that based demonstration in Florida this weekend. And a quick reminder that
Madam Clerk,
Jews will not
please admonish the
replace
speaker to
us.
speak.
Section
Jews will not
5495.4.3
replace us.
provides that you
We
may
are
speak on
everywhere.
items that are
Fuck
under
the
the
Jews.
purview of the
Heil
legislative
Hitler.
body. Please
Go ahead and
proceed
end the
if you have
speaker's time.
White
comments.
fucking power.
Kai Katterman.
Hello there. I hope nothing I take here is to the disliking of anybody there who wants to control free speech. It's pretty important that you allow free speech, because if you don't, you're violating one of the principles that our country is founded on. You expect to have peace and people being able to have a public discourse if you limit ideas and things that you don't like. It's one thing if someone uses obscenity or vulgarity, but if someone mentions a black person or a Jewish person, that's not hateful. And even if it were, that's protected speech. You just can't use slurs and stuff like that. So the way you guys are controlling speech it's a kind of a slippery slope, what you've been doing, but you're finding yourselves more and more authoritarian and Marxist. And without violating any anti-Semitic resolutions you may have, I would like to request that you consider a resolution for white people just the same. If they have,
Madam Clerk, please admonish the speaker to speak within the purview of the local government.
This is the purview. Aren't I speaking about the purview? I'm asking for you to put a resolution together just like you've done for other groups. The beginning of this meeting included different ethnic groups. Why not have a resolution of appreciation for the 90% of white people who fought in World War II? You can't cut off this speech. This is protected free speech. And I resent the idea that I have to watch every syllable before some Bolshevik on your committee shuts down my free speech. I'm allowed to criticize you however I choose. I'm allowed to criticize you, and I'm allowed to talk about Karl Marx. Does Marxism have a role in what's going on in our country and why you will not have a white resolution that I'm requesting, which is totally within your purview? Am I allowed to say what Karl Marx's background is, or would you consider that anti-Semitic? You don't get to choose. Free speech in public discourse in public meetings is not yours to restrict. Now fuck yourselves.
Thank you for your comments. Eugene is our next speaker. I have 3 more speakers.
Yes. Let's take a moment to remember the victims of 9/11 and never forget that Jews did 9/11. Go
Madam
to your
Clerk,
country,
please end the speaker's time if they're not
Nixon.
within the purview
Jews
of
will
the city
move.
government.
Hail the
Please
order.
proceed if you have comments under the jurisdiction of the city of Sacramento.
End the speaker's time, Madam Clerk. They are not within the purview of the local government.
Judy Tester.
Yeah, my big brother just called, and you guys tried to shut him off the whole time he was on. I guess the Jewish mayor. Are you allowed to say that, or is it?
Madam Clerk, please conclude the speaker's time if they do not speak within the purview of the local government.
Please proceed if you have comments under the jurisdiction of the city of Sacramento.
Listen, I'm speaking to that, and you have to give me a chance, please. The mayor. You're allowed to discuss his ethnicity and his religion, and that's part of it because Karl Marx wanted to destroy this country.
That is outside the jurisdiction of the purview of the local government, Madam Clerk. And the speaker's time pursuant to the council's recommendation.
Barry Boyd is our next speaker. We have 2 more speakers.
Good evening. I sincerely hope that the notion of stopping the participation of individuals that call in will be nixed. Those who are shut-ins have mobility issues, those who don't want to battle traffic, pay for parking, and for those who want to remain safe and not exposing themselves to others in a closed space such as the chamber. Specifically, with the issue of COVID-19 now back on the rise, and it was shown that it is still happening there in the chambers by the posting of a COVID warning sign that was up before a council meeting about 2 weeks ago. I, along with most, I won't say most, but I, along with a lot of individuals, if not most, don't want to hear the vile language and ideology that gets spewed on occasion here in these meetings. But there may be a time delay mechanism that can be used during your council meetings to which anytime that language and ideology is spewed, will never make it across the streaming service because you can put it on a 7 or you can set the time 5 seconds, 7 second, 10-second delay to which your text can then stop the person speaking, go back to your to the clerk and say next speaker without any of us having to be subjected to such vile content. So please do not go into a dictatorship in quelling the voices of the public. Let the public continue to be able to call in. There's other ways around stopping what has been transpiring.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Anthony Charles. Anthony Charles, if you'll unmute.
Mr. Charles. Madam Clerk, call the speaker one more time. If not, conclude the time.
Anthony Charles.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to the chairs, chambers. I want to dedicate this to Kate Hikes. My name is Anthony Charles. I am a law-abiding citizen. Today, I stand before you, well, through the phone, to address a pressing issue that has plagued our society for far too long: white supremacy. This harmful ideology has persisted throughout history, causing pain, division, and inequality for our communities. In the next 2 minutes, I'd like to shed light on this topic and emphasize.
Madam Clerk, please remind the speaker to speak within the purview of the local government.
The Government Code Section 54954.3 provides that members of the public may address the council on an item within the subject matter of the jurisdiction. Please proceed if you have comments under the jurisdiction of the City of Sacramento.
Yes, sir. I'm getting to that. This is a speech about freedom of speech. So if you could just allow me to continue. White supremacy is a belief system that asserts the inherent superiority of the racial group, often white, over others. It manifests itself in various forms, from overt acts of violence and discrimination to systematic biases that disadvantage marginalized communities. This is toxic. So when I ask ChatGPT on white supremacy, that is the response I get. But when I ask ChatGPT about a speech about Jewish supremacy, it says it is very sorry and cannot
Madam
assist
Clerk,
with the request
please
to
conclude the
write a
speaker's
piece
time.
on
It's
any-
not within the purview of the local government.
Vice Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you to all our city staff and employees for putting together another successful and productive meeting. We are adjourned at 9:25 p.m. on September 5th, 2023. Thanks, everyone.